Now, before we went for the commercial break, these were your scores. Accra Academy, 13 points. Accra Girls, 31 points. Kumasi High School, 14 points. And Infante Pimp School, 25 points. We are moving on into the investment advisory section. Here, contestants have been presented a case. They are to present their case in the form of a presentation to us and find solutions to the case and the problem they were given. So each school has 10 minutes to present their solution, and it will be scored over 15 marks by 3 judges. An average will be given to you as your total score. If you are clear with these rules, Accra Academy, the floor is yours. Please give it up to them as they come and present.
Hello. Good afternoon to you all. I'm Benjamin Norty, and today we are here to help, and we are presenting on. I'm Benjamin Norty, and we are presenting on Green Ghana solar system, and the case is about Mr. Mensah, who is an entrepreneur. He's very passionate about building a solar system in central region, Cape Coast in Ghana, and the advantages of this solar system that he's trying to build includes provision of work to people, and also it includes providing affordable electricity to its surrounding communities. This project requires $300,000, and he finds it difficult to finance this project, and hence he's seeking 4 options that will help him generate this fund to finance this operation. And the first option he's looking up to take is the government grants and subvention. And the other one is the private equity partnership, the community crowdfunding, and bank loans with subsidized interest rates. Now, let me run you through the slide. The executive summary. That's what I just did. Now, he encountered some challenges, and we identified 2 challenges, and that was high capital requirement and limited local infrastructure. These were the 2 major problems that were identified from the case. And Mr. Mensah, Kwame Mensah, was unable to get funds to run his project, and moreover, due to limited local infrastructure in the surrounding or his area, we could see from the case that there was poor road network, telecommunication, poor water facilities, and so many other stuff. So it was a hindrance to him, and moreover, he didn't get access to capital to finance this project that he envisioned. So with the market analysis, after conducting a market analysis, we realized that there is economic and environmental benefit from the market. It shows that there is economic and environmental benefit from the project is trying to build, and this is the sense that the solar system will provide employment to people in the area, and also it will help reduce green gas emission into the atmosphere. And also community need. Based on the market analysis, we could also see the community need for reliable electricity. So with the solar energy, the solar energy farm project, you realize that it will provide a low cost of electricity to people in the community and its surroundings. And also another market analysis, another key term we identify in the market analysis was to support government policy. It will support government policy. Yes, because when the project will support government policy in a way that it will provide job for people, to promote economic growth, as well as to ensure sustainability and social needs in the for the people in the community. And also after the market analysis, we also realize that there is favorable sunlight in the place he's establishing the project. There is favorable sunlight. Due to the geographical position of the country, we get access to adequate sunlight ranging from 4 to 5 kilowatts per meter hour, and it is a good source of good or favorable condition to engage in solar energy production. Okay. And now with the financial analysis, after analyzing his finances, we realized that the initial capital requirement. So with the initial capital requirement, he required $300,000 to finance his project, an amount of $300,000 to buy batteries and so many stuffs, panels and the things he used to finance his project to ensure the efficient running of the staffs in the business. And also, the next financial analysis showed that the projected revenue streams. The projected revenue streams. These are the source of revenue in the means by which revenue will enter his business. Yes, the means by which revenue will enter his business through the sale of these electricities and other benefits around him. And also the funding options and cost. The funding options. He took 4 major funding options. That was the government's grants and subsidies, and private equity partnership, crowdfunding, and the bank loans with subsidized interest. These were the options, the financing options that he chose. And also, based on the financial analysis, we also identified the projected break-even period. The projected break-even period, it was estimated to be between 2 to 3 years. Then within this period, his total cost will be able to meet his total revenue for him to break even. And also, we also identified the estimated operation cost. With the estimated operation cost, you see, with a business, any business operates on a daily basis, and the expenses they make constitute to this operative costs. So something like the amount you pay for rent and other stuff, suppliers, and all those things will fall under the estimated cost. With the last analysis, you realize the financial risk. The financial risk is a probability that he may obtain negative finances, or he may get negative financial outcomes. Anything that may result in loss of money. Maybe the government might not grant him the loan that he wants. These are the risks associated with his finances after conducting the financial analysis. Okay, so I would like to hand it over to my colleague to continue.
I'm in a person of S.O. Benjamin. Considering governmental grants and subsidies as one of the alternative solutions, this will help Mr. Kwame because these grants are policies established by government to support small to supervise new initiative. That's from an entrepreneur. So this grant will help Mr. Kwame to get a certain amount of money that will be used to support this initiative. And also considering the crowdfunding as another alternative solution. The crowdfunding they are the means companies use to generate income by the small contribution from members. This is because since Mr. Kwame is with a social cost motive, that's wanted to establish his initiative in order to benefit his society. Crowdfunding alternative solution will be very necessary for him. And again, the bank loan with subsidized interest rates. This is because Kwame can obtain loan from the government, from the banks with low interest rate due to government influence on that loan. And this alternative solution are all factors, no, they are all derived from the concept of the hybrid financial approach. Then the hybrid financial approach composes of the picketing order and the stake order theory. The picketing order theories. So, with a recommended solution. With a recommended solution.
Hello, do you need water?
Now, Kwame should work with a professional consultant that will help him to gain loans from the government in a short time. This is because if Kwame consult a professional consultant, thank you.
Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. Let's clap for them. Let's clap for them as they take their seat. Accra girls, you are up next. Applaud them as they take the stage.
Hello.
Okay, you have 10 minutes.
So, good morning, everyone. Good morning, respectable judges. Good morning. Okay, so I'm Ampofo Erica from Accra Girls International School, Senior High School, and we are presenting on the topic. Okay, so. And we are presenting on the topic green energy investment for local economy. So, our executive summary. This report highlights the benefit in investing green energy investment for the local economy. Kwame thinks about how to create jobs in order to stimulate the local economic growth through solar farms. He needs $300,000 in addition to his available land to build the solar energy farm. Based on Kwame's goals and constraints, I recommend government subsidies and grants. Okay, so moving to our problem identification. The first problem is inadequate funding. That is, he doesn't have the source of income for the $300,000. And then also unavailability of skilled labor and equipment. That is, in Cape Coast where he wants to build the solar farms, he does not have the skilled labor needed to get this operation in process, and then also finding a suitable financing approach for the solar farm. So Kwame has 4 options. That is the government grants and subsidies, private equity partnership, and the third one is loans with subsidized interest rate, and then for our market analysis or contractual background, we made our research from the International Energy Agency, and then we had our data that the global renewable power sector experienced notable growth in 2023, marked by a 54% increase in renewable power capacity, reaching 507 gigawatts, with solar PV making 3/4 of this global addition. And then in Ghana, rooftop solar dominance is expected to dominate the market due to favorable government policies, lower installation costs, and higher panel efficiency. The Renewable Energy Act 2011 and other government initiatives to support renewable energy are fueling the expansion of solar energy industry. So we can see from our chart here that from 2012 to 2022, there has been a massive growth in the demand for solar since 2012 to 2022. So in continuation, our financial analysis. Ghana's solar energy market is growing rapidly with a projected compound annual growth rate 20% from 2024 to 2029. The financial performance of the similar solar farm in Ghana, such as the Bui Solar Farm, shows promising results. The farm financial performance has been steadily increasing since its inception in 2021. So this is a summary of solar projection pricing, and then because of the time we can't go through all this, so we should continue. So our alternative solutions, we considered government grants and subsidies, which is monies given to small businesses to raise capital. And then its advantages is it reduces financial burden and risk. That is, it reduces the fact that you have to go around looking for money when you can just apply to the government for them to fund you. And then the second one is no repayment. Government grant is like a gift to you to finance your business, so there is no need to pay any interest rates or even the principal. And then the disadvantages, application process is complex and time consuming. That is, you have to write an application letter to the government. You have to go through a whole lot of processes to be able to get your money. And then the bureaucracy is like unnecessary procedures you have to go through with government policies and other stuff. And then with the long-term implications, financial relief, business control. And then one of Kwame's goal, yes, is to have full control of his business by himself, where he doesn't have to share his equity with anyone. He wants to have full control. So our third is the scalability. And then moving to the private equity partnership, our advantage is the access to expertise and network. So I didn't explain the private equity partnership. With that, it is when private individuals or firms decide to give you your full capital and then ask for a percentage of your company. So here, the company that is willing to help Kwame is asking for 50% of the shares, and then they are willing to provide all the 300,000 with all the technology he needs, all the expertise and everything. So the advantage here too is immediate capital. That is, if he agrees now, he's going to get his capital now, anything he needs now. So he's going to get the full support. And then the disadvantage is the possibility of losing ownership. You know, these white people, they will come and tell you, oh, we will need 50%. Then very soon, they'll be increasing their shares. And very soon, they'll take control over your whole company. And then secondly, potential misalignment. A few of Kwame's goal is to provide job creation for his community, and then also provide affordable electricity to poor households. So here, you know that all these private people are profit-driven. They want to make profit. So we might have potential misalignment if we consider them. And then the long-term implication is shared risk. If there is any risk in the future, we share it with our equity owners. And then business control, and then scalability. So moving to recommended solution. Based on Kwame's goals and then constraints, we recommend he should go for government grants and subsidies based on the following. Reduced burden and risk. That is, it reduces the burden of you wasting time looking for capital and all that. And then secondly, there is potential for tax incentive. And tax incentive is like the reduction on your maybe raw materials, the tax reduction on your raw materials. So it will reduce the money you would have to pay for tax, and then it will increase your cost of production. And then thirdly, full ownership and control. He wants full ownership of his business. No one is going to take part of it. And then with government grants too, there's no repayment. So no one will come to you for any interest rates or repayment of the principal. So moving to implementation of plan, we are taking into consideration the business growth and prospect, funding amount and timeline. And the timeline has to deal with when he gets the money till when he builds up his project, and then when he launches it. And then the third one is monitoring and evaluation of the environmental and social impact. So he wants to impact good things into his environment, like the creation of jobs, and then he's willing to set up a training facility for those who would like to install solar panels in people's houses and all that. And then moving to development of phase expansion plan. So project sustainability if demand grows. These are the factors he's going to put in place if there is any further demand in growth in the future. So first we get the diversification of revenue streams. That is, you are not going to rely on only one point of revenue. You are going to move along other sources of revenue. And then secondly, we have phase scaling. Focus on community engagement. I already said that. Engaging your community members, trying to let them understand the benefits of solar and all that. And then leverage technology. Invest in training and development for its community members. Seek strategic partnership. That is looking around for people who have the money to actually finance you, because after the grant has been given, maybe you might get advantages, but then you have to get investors also for future expansions. So implement sustainable supply chain. So our strategy is to mitigate risk with the grants and subsidies, research, and we are supposed to research and apply. That's actively seek grants from government and then non-governmental organizations that focus on renewable energy initiatives. And then now, Ghana, our government is trying to improve on this green energy thing. So if you apply and then you put it inside your application that, oh, this is what I'm going to use the money for, the government might fund you. And then secondly, partnership. So collaborate with organizations experienced in grant applications to improve chance of funding. So you have to get your sneak links where you are going to find people who are directly connected to people who are going to sign up your application for you for the funding to be faster. And then we have projects. I should continue. So in conclusion, going for government grants and subsidies allow Kwame to maintain ownership and control while leveraging government support. That is, the government is going to support him. And then by mitigating risk and scaling sustainably, Green Ghana Solar Farm can become a successful model for renewable energy products in West Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such a wonderful presentation. Please, kindly take your seats. Kumasi High, Emrantie, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, the House. Our honorable quiz master, our able judges, I humbly greet you. As investment advisors from Kumasi High School, I am Asiakun Shadrach with my team supporting me here. Now, please, audience, let's get a little bit interactive. Let's all move and see how our judges are nicely dressed. This is because they had access to electricity. Electricity to do what? To iron their shares. I am able to express myself audibly to you because of electricity. We all can attest to the fact when we went to Presec for a conference, the presenters were finding it very difficult difficult to do what? To project their work to us because there was no electricity. We can all attest by the fact what we were experiencing here. What were we experiencing? We were experiencing that our contestants cannot reach us audibly because we are having shortage in our electricity supply. Then I will urge you all to come to me. Let's say a very big thank you to our client. Our client, Mr. Kwame Mensah, who has a vision of providing another source of energy. Another source of energy called what? Called Green Ghana Solar Farm. A Green Ghana Solar Farm which aims at creating jobs and also provide an affordable electricity supply to the nearby communities of where he's going to establish this business. Now, moving on, I would like to tell you what Kwame needs to propel this project, and he will need $300,000. $300,000 which is going to use to purchase solar panels, storage batteries, and also grid connections. Now, I would like to give the mic to my investment expert here to continue and give you a summary of a very good thing he's going to give.
All right, to add a few, let's note, for every case, there is a problem. And for every case to be solved, there is a solution. Let's look into the problems of Kwame. So one, lacks the initial capital estimated $300,000 to set up the solar farm. We know that the solar farm is a long-term investment. And with a long-term investment, you are going to require a huge amount of money to fund the business. I want to ask you, how many are here do we pursue to be entrepreneurs? Very good. And how many are we? How many of us are entrepreneurs? I see no hands. What's the problem? Because there's lack of funding, right? Okay. So the second one, Kwame had difficulties in choosing the best form from the open options. We could see that in the case, Kwame was so bombarded with a lot of options, and it was so difficult for him to choose just one, which is appropriate for him. So with the third problem, we have lack of access to skilled labor and equipment. When we look at the Kwame's community, there's underdevelopment. So with that, there's no skilled labor because we know that there's no active business over there. So it will be very, very difficult for Kwame to get access to skilled labor. When we look at the significance of the problem, explain to a layman, when we say significance of the problem, it's just that when the problem is solved, what's the impact? So one, we have economic development. With economic development, when Kwame has an initiative of building a solar farm, and with a solar farm, he's going to provide electricity to the community. And we know that in businesses, electricity is just like the life of the business. So as electricity is provided to businesses, business will get electricity to expand their operations. And as they expand their operations, they would increase their productivity, which will go a long way to the nation to increase its GDP. So two, we have increased employment. Very good. As the business expands, they are going to need more skilled laborers to. Okay, so with the market analysis, we had a criteria of the SWOT analysis. The SWOT simply means the strength, the weakness, the opportunities, and the threats. So when you look at Kwame's strength, one, there's high demand for renewable energy. Two, favorable sunlight conditions. Kwame's initiative is to initiate a solar panel. And with the solar panel, you are not going to need water, Charlie. You are going to need sun. And there's a favorable sunlight conditions. So it's a strength to Kwame. So with the weakness, we have high initial capital. Two, limited access to skilled labor. When we go to the opportunities, we have government support for renewable energy, growing renewable energy. And let's move on to the threats. Competition from other energy providers. So as Kwame initiates his project, his price is going to be very competitive. And we have regulatory and bureaucratic challenges. Okay, so with the next slide, we have our financial analysis. And with our financial analysis, we came up with a beautiful graph about our investment options. We are going to look at investment options in the subsequent slides. So with this graph, it's it's explaining our investment options, which is a combination of the bank loans and subsidized interest rates and government grants and subsidies. And it's showing that when we implement these investment options, it's going to increase our profitability. So in year 2, looking at our graph, year 2 we have 70,000. In year 4 we have 90,000. And in year 6 we have 95,000, and in year 8 we have 150,000. So this means that if we choose our investment options, it's going to increase our profitability. Okay, let's move to the alternative solution. With the alternative solutions, there's bank loans and subsidized interest. So with the pros and cons, sorry you don't see it. With the pros and cons, the pros is the first one in the box. That's immediate payment, access to large funds, and subsidized interest. And with the cons, we have repayment pressure and collateral requirement. Let's move to the government grant and subsidies. One, with the pros, we have no repayment, and we have stimulate economic growth. When we come to the cons, we have the delay in payment and strict compliance requirement. Let me explain this a bit. When you go for the government grant, it's just not used for any purpose. The government is going to specify a particular purpose that is going to be used for. Okay, with our recommended solutions, Kwame Mensah needs a bank loan and subsidized interest supplement with government grants and subsidies. These are the reasons. 1, Kwame gets immediate access to skilled labor. 2, this helps Kwame to attain full ownership and control with less financial burden on loan repayment. 3, flexible repayment terms. 4, no repayment with less cost of operation. So someone would ask, why is it that we are combining the both? All right. So with Kwame wants to initiate a solar farm, and when he goes for the bank loan, he's going to get immediate payments for him to start operations. And with the government grants are not given to startups. Let's note, it's given to small and medium enterprises. So as Kwame goes for the bank loan, he's going to start operations. And when he starts operations and applies for the government grant, now the government will know that Kwame is actually doing very well. So it will increase the possibility of getting the grant. So how it addresses the problem? It addresses the problem by 1, initial capital to start operations. 2, provides employment. 3, business ownership. 4, additional capital for expansion. 5, access to skilled labor. Okay, the implementation plan. 1, organize local training for solar installation and maintenance. So we want Kwame to maintain a solar farm. Therefore, he will introduce a solar panel curriculum into our education system so that you will benefit from it, right? All right, so let's move on to the 2. Offer discounted or subsidized rates. So Kwame is going to offer discounted or subsidized rates with his supply of his electricity. So this would increase the demand for it. With the risk management, the potential risks: 1, debt repayment pressure. 2, interest rate risk. 3, over-reliance on grants and subsidies. Strategies to mitigate this risk: conduct conservation financial planning. 2, fixed interest loans. 3, diversify funding resources. So with the conclusion, I'll give it to my guy for him to just continue.
So, moving.
All right, with the conclusion, using the dual approach, the bank loans and government grants and subsidies. What's up? All right, thank you for this presentation.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We've learned a lot. Let's clap for them as they take their seats. The last school to present, in front of him, please take the stage and give us your presentation. Let's clap for them as they come.
Okay, a very good afternoon to everyone here. You see, Mother Nature is really hurting and suffering as we daily maneuver ways to tap from its holdings resources to meet our daily lives. And in doing so, we tend to cut down trees to produce charcoal, which is an essential source of energy in many individual households and even some firms. So charcoal production releases voluminous amounts of carbon atoms into the atmosphere, which disturbs the balance of nature. In addition to that, there's an increased industrial demand for fuel, which also affects the balance of nature. And so this has called for a new demand for clean energy, green energy, and a sustainable energy that will impact the human, physical, and social environment positively. And so this is the case of Kwame Mensah, who wants to impact the environment positively by placing funds into green energy. So he needs about $300,000 to fund his project, and we are here to advise him how to go about it to be able to fund this project. And I'm in the name of Master Isaac Nanabe-Nkota, and I'm accompanied by my learned co-financial analyst, and we are from a Fund Spim school. So the entirety of our case, as we did our research, was into green energy investing. And we realized that green energy investing was basically investing into sustainable energy, clean energy. And as we did our research, we identified core problems. We identified problems that we would have to encounter or solve. We also analyzed the market, understood what the market was saying, analyzed the financials, recommended solutions, and also identified alternative solutions that we could have used. And of course, we are aware that as investors, risk is part of investment. And we also assess the risk associated with investment and also proposed measures to mitigate these risks. So in our course of research, we identified 3 problems. 1, we identified the problem of identifying a suitable investment option. You see, Mr. Kwame Mensah wants to identify an appropriate investment option that will agree with his goals. We also identified that there was another problem of limited access to factors of production. Factors of production like skilled labor and equipment are a must to increase productivity. We also identified the problem of profitability versus goals. You see, Mr. Kwame Mensah wants to, in as much as make profit, also wants to impact the world positively by impacting the physical and social environment positively. Are we okay? And the significance, the importance of identifying these problems are that 1, it will improve productivity. It will also help Mr. Kwame Mensah to identify the needed investment options to go into, and it will help him balance his returns with his profit. So as we did our research, we heard a voice. And the voice spoke a different language. What language do you think he spoke? Oh, come on. So we realized the market was telling us something. The market told us that the government was encouraging private sector investment at renewable energy and is providing financial incentives and procurement preferences to local manufacturers. Again, we also realized that the same government had enacted policies to support renewable energy, including the Renewable Energy Act of 2011 and a Renewable Energy Master Plan. Again, we realized that there has been a growing demand for renewable energy. So after we are done that, we also analyzed the financials. We analyzed the financials, looking at the performance metrics. We realized that there was a sustained increase in profitability. We also realized that the solar energy was really doing well. We also looked at the cost-benefit analysis, thank you. And we realized that the analysis told us that we may account for losses such as shading, but provide viable and environmental sustainable effect. We also looked at the risk assessment. And we realized that there was risks, of course, of delayed funds from government and not getting enough capital from the community. And of course, there must be a plan B for anything we do, right? So we looked at the alternative solutions, and we got 3 solutions. We said 1, he can also go into government grants But you see, going into government grant comes with its merit and demerit. I mean, when you go into government grant, you have merits like no repayment required. I mean, it's a transfer payment. You have the benefit of also maintaining your full ownership. You are still your own boss. And we had a demerit of time-consuming application process. And I mean, what's even a guarantee that this grant will be successful? And also the second alternative solution we realized was private equity partnership. And I mean, it also came with its merit and demerit. So merit, like there was access to funds and sharing risks with investors. We also realized the demerit, like loss of equity and control. And the third option we looked at was leasing solar systems. It also came with merit like access to equipment and demerit like regular lease payment. So after 15 years of being in this diaspora of analyzing investments and giving advice, I and my team came out with recommended solutions. Solutions what we would recommend Mr. Kwame Mensah to go for to be able to achieve his goals. So when we said Mr. Kwame Mensah should go for government grants and subsidies, why should he go for that? We said if he goes for that, he'll be able to maintain his full ownership, and that will help him impact the environment and the social positively while he also makes profit. We also said he should look at bank loans with subsidized interest. I mean, if he has loans with subsidized interest, there will be flexibility in his operations, and he'll be free from he will benefit from lower interest. And now we also said we should go for community crowdfunding. We said he can raise awareness of the project and build relationships in the community. He can also provide symposiums and fora where he would educate the inhabitants, the youngsters, to how to install solar panels and all of that. And they will grow some funders for him and encourage his investment option. And so now that we have recommended solutions, how does he go about it? How does he implement this plan? And we came out with 4 phases. One, we came out with the pre-project phase. The pre-project phase, we said that 1, he should research and apply government grants. We said 2, he should launch community crowdfunding campaign. And at the funding phase, we told him to secure government grants and finalize crowdfunding effort. And 2, he should negotiate the terms of the bank loans with financial institutions. And the construction phase, we told him to procure equipment and install them. And we also told him to monitor installation projects and ensure timelines are met. And to the operational phase, we told him to regularly assess energy output and performance and fulfill his loan repayment and continue community engagement. And of course, we are very aware as far as you go into investment, you must face risk. And so if this risk is to come, how do we face it? How should we handle it? So we identified 3 risks here. We identified the operational risk, funding shortfalls, and technology failures. And we know that operational risks, there are risks that happen from externalities that are unplanned for, like damage, theft, fire outbreak, and what have you. So how does he handle operational risks? We said that he should buy insurance policies to be able to insure some of his assets. We also told him to fund, he should diversify his funding sources so he doesn't rely on one main source to be able to get the funds he needs to fund his project. We also looked at, we said he should use high quality. We told him to use high quality and tested solar panel equipment that will check technology failures. So after doing that, in a nutshell, we said investing in a solar energy project is a critical step towards promoting sustainability and reducing carbon emissions. The suggested funding strategy, which involves government grant, bank loans with subsidized interest, and community crowdfunding, offers a balanced approach to securing the at least $300,000 needed for this huge project. The investor can scale up production by adopting new technologies, going public, and issue green bonds, long-term agreements with corporate power purchase agreements to provide a long-term environmental health. It was a pleasure being your investment analyst. It promises to be a good day. Enjoy it if it's possible.
Thank you very much, Infante Pim School. Let's clap for all the contestants. All contestants. It is not easy being up here and presenting. It is not easy at all. As we await our scores, now I've observed that there's been an improvement from the presentations we've been doing for the past 3 to 4 days. There's been an improvement, and I believe if we keep working on this, the presentations for the final level will be very, very excellent. Now we move on to the last and final round, the riddles round. Now the winner from this contest, the 2 winners will join Prempe, will join Preset Legon and Augustine's at the semi-final level. Now this round we have 4 major riddles. Each school will be given the same chances to answer these riddles. Every riddle has 5 major clues. If you answer correctly on the first clue, you get 5 points. If you answer correctly on the second clue, you get 4 points. If you answer correctly on the third or any other clue, you get 3 points. If any school wants to effect a substitution, now is the time. Kindly effect the substitution. We should also take note that the next contest is between West African Senior High School, St. John's Grammar, Adontin Senior High School, and Our Lady of Mercy. Now the final round, it can be lost or won in this round. Pay attention. Riddle number 1. I am a private company limited by shares. 2. I am structured as a public-private partnership with the government of Ghana currently as my sole shareholder. 3. My key goal is to link Ghanaian smallholder farmers to agriculture and financial. Accra Academy.
Ghana Commodity Exchange.
The Ghana Commodity Exchange is correct for 3 points. Riddle number 2. 1. I was developed by Michael Jensen and William Macklin in their 1976 paper on agency cost and ownership structure. 2. My central issue is when managers prioritize their own interest over shareholder interests. 3. I describe a conflict of interest that Accra Academy.
Agency problem.
That is correct for 3 points. 3 points. International girls. Next riddle. 1. I am a member of a company's board but do not participate in its. Boche?
The non-executive directors.
That is correct for 5 points. The last and final riddle. Which school is taking this one? 1. I am a risk management tool used to evaluate potential future outcomes based on various assumptions. 2. Companies use me to model different scenarios to prepare for economic, political, or market shifts. 3. My approach helps organizations assess how changes in variables might impact their objectives. 4. I am particularly in front of him.
Scenario analysis.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is correct. And that brings us to the end of round 3. Correct for 3 points. 3. And that brings us to the end of the contest. I'd like to hear from my contestants about how the contest was, the general feeling for the contest. Accra Academy, how was the contest?
It didn't go as we expected, but no, we are grateful to the Lord.
Exactly. Accra girls. International, don't do that. Emantie. It's all good. Boche.
So as you said, God is go through.
Okay, we await our scores. We should also take note that the next contest is between West African Senior High School, St. John's Grammar, Adontin Senior High School, and Our Lady of Mercy. The winners of this contest, the first and second school, qualify automatically to the semi-finals. Which school is it going to be? We await our final scores. So thank you very much, contestants and studio audience, for your attention and bearing with us with the lights out and all technical challenges. At the end of the contest, these are your scores. International, lift your head and listen. Kumasi High, 25.5. 25.5. Kumasi High. Accra Academy, 27. Accra Girls, 40. 40. Infantipim, 43.75. By those results, Infantipim Senior High School and Accra Girls Senior High automatically qualify to the semi-final contest. So, until we meet again, Accra Academy and Kumasi High School, go and prepare and come back stronger. You've represented your school and we are very proud of you. We'll meet you later. That is next year, hopefully. Now, the coaches and other reps from Infantipim School will join us on stage. We'll also take the scores for the presentation and know which school led in that round. The judges and the coaches and reps from Infantipim Schools will join us on stage for the presentation of the winner award. Let's clap for them. They've done very well. They've done very well. Accra girls, be proud of yourselves. You've done very well too. Okay, so for the presentation, these are the scores. Accra Academy, 8 out of 15. Accra Girls, 9 out of 15. Kumasi High, 11.5 out of 15. And Infantipim, 10.5 out of 15. So Kumasi High School wins that round and also gets the 500 cedis cash prize. Okay, we would like to declare the scores for the round 3 for the other contest, the contest between Augustins and Presec, the contest between Augustins and Presec and the other schools that went out. Presec had 13.25. 13.25. Wesley Grammar had 12.25. St. Hubert had 12. And St. Augustine's had 13.75. And so they won the contest and they also won that investment session. Thank you very much. We are signing out. We'll meet in the next contest. It's bye for now.
We are ready for this contest. You know, we are around here, and every contest, every battle, we get ready before we get inside.
With extra improvement or training that we have done today, they should watch out because the diamonds are coming.
I mean, with God by our side, anything is possible. So we'll see.
Imagine this, you expanding your business and all of a sudden it comes crumbling down because you didn't have knowledge of how to expand your business in the right way. This is a problem Amanda is facing.
We can see that as the business expands and expands more, Amanda will employ more. So who knows that maybe the one sitting next to you will be the one that Amanda will employ.
You are all Amandas today. Whether you were born a man or a woman, today you are all Amanda. We are going to be presenting our business plan. Amanda is considering 4 key things.
The journey to victory begins and it promises to be unforgettable. Welcome to National Investments Quiz Competition 2024 Prelims Day 1, and you are watching it on Ghana's official high school TV channel, High School Plug TV. Who will rise? Who will surprise? And who will shine the brightest? Well, let's find out.
Commercial paper is an unsecured debt instrument, usually with a maturity less than 1 year.
That is correct for 3 points. Let's go. I describe a market structure.
The capital structure.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is not correct. I describe a market structure dominated by a small number of large firms. Wesley Girls
Oligopoly.
That is correct. Wesley Girls High School had 49 points, and I have the privilege to declare Wesley Girls High School per the scores as the winner of this particular contest. Thank you very much, audience. Thank you, our contesting schools, for your attention. My name is Dr. Paula Piakunedu, and I have been your quiz master for this particular session. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
My girls, how are you feeling after the victory? How is it?
We are very happy. We are very, very happy.
You've qualified for the next round. What should we expect?
We still expect that the best school will win. We will still do our best to win.
With 45.5 points and making it to the next round of the National Investment Quiz Competition 2024 is St. John's School Second D. The Saints.
The best.
The Saints.
The best.
How was the feeling upstage? How did you see the competition?
For me though, I was feeling nervous, but it took the interception of God to keep my heart down. And as I said on stage, the battle is the Lord. The battle is still the Lord. The battle was the Lord, and the battle shall always be the Lord. The Saints.
The best.
Was there any school at any point in time a threat to you on stage?
Like we are the best, so why should any school be our threat? Why? No.
Which parts or which round did you see it a bit challenging for you and your colleagues?
Round 3, that's the presentation. Like we're explaining. Like we need to work on that and come back stronger next time.
What should we expect from you guys in your next contest?
Expect more from us because the fire we are bringing is too hot for them to handle.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. The Saints.
The best.
The Saints.
The best.
All right, thank you so much, guys, and see you in your next contest. Topping the contest with 64 points and qualifying to the next round of the National Investment Quiz Competition 2024 is St. Augustine's College. Absu.
Action.
Absu.
Action.
How was the feeling on stage? How was the competition for you?
The competition wasn't that tough because it was the early stages, but then by the grace of the Lord we were able to pull through. But then we know that more contests are more difficult contests are ahead, so we'll prepare more and better ourselves off. Thank you.
Which of the rounds did you find it more challenging for you guys?
For me, I'll say the third round. The presentation, it felt a bit tense.
Why? What happened?
It just felt like Sometimes you present by it feels like you're fumbling and you wouldn't want to make a mistake, but for God's favor push you.
Which school did you see like as a competition? Which school?
The school we're afraid of was St. Mary's Boys because they were the Western Regional Champions, so we were quite afraid of them. But by the grace of God, we were able to push through.
So what should we expect from St. Augustine's College in the subsequent contest?
Nothing but the best.
All right, thank you so much, guys, and I wish you all the best. Emerging as the winners for the second contest of the day for the National Investment Quiz Competition 2024 are no other than Adontin Senior High School from the Eastern Region. Brighten the Kana. Where you are. Indeed, you really bright the Kana. How are you feeling after emerging as winners?
So I kept my trust in God, and He has shown me that if I put my trust in, going to do everything for me. So I just thank God for what He has done for us this day.
I also want to find out from you how the feeling is.
It's so nice, and we thank God for everything. You know, we wouldn't have come this far without God's strength. God has done it. He has actually planned it ahead of us. He said He will give us a happy ending, and I think this is one of it. So we thank God for everything.
You've qualified to the next round of the contest. What should we expect from Adon School?
In God we trust, so nothing but the best. Yes, right now, Canada too.
All right. What are you telling the other students you will be competing in the next contest?
The battle is still with the Lord.
Thank you so much, guys, and I wish you the best in your the next contest as well, right? Brighten the color where you are. Making it to the next round of the competition of the National Investment Quiz 2024 is Accra Girls Senior High School. Agiz. Agiz. Agiz.
Ladies division and Betty.
All right. How is the feeling like?
Very awesome.
Very awesome. How did you see the competition on stage? How was it up there?
It was actually tough, but oh my God, we made it.
Which part or which round of the competition did you say tougher for you guys?
I would say the advisory part, since we couldn't project, and the riddles. It was the other skills were quick.
We are ready for this contest. No, we are around here, and every contest, every battle, we get ready before we get inside.
With extra improvement or training that we have done today, they should watch out because the diamonds are coming.
I mean, with God by our side, anything is possible. So we'll see.
Imagine this, you expanding your business and all of a sudden it comes crumbling down because you didn't have knowledge of how to expand your business in the right way. This is a problem Amanda is facing.
We can see that as the business expands and expands more, Amanda will employ more. So who knows that maybe the one sitting next to you will be the one that Amanda will employ.
You are all Amandas today. Whether you were born a man or a woman, today you are all Amanda. We are going to be presenting our business plan. Amanda is considering 4 key things.
The journey to victory begins and it promises to be unforgettable. Welcome to National Investments Quiz Competition 2024 Prelims Day 1, and you are watching it on Ghana's official high school TV channel, High School Plug TV. Who will rise? Who will surprise? And who will shine the brightest? Well, let's find out.
Commercial paper is an unsecured debt instrument, usually with a maturity less than 1 year.
That is correct for 3 points. Let's go. I describe a market structure.
The capital structure.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is not correct. I describe a market structure dominated by a small number of large firms. Wesley Girls
Oligopoly.
That is correct. Wesley Girls High School had 49 points, and I have the privilege to declare Wesley Girls High School per the scores as the winner of this particular contest. Thank you very much, audience. Thank you, our contesting schools, for your attention. My name is Dr. Paula P. Akunedu, and I have been your quiz master for this particular session. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
My girls, how are you feeling after the victory? How is it?
We are very happy. Yes, very, very happy.
You've qualified for the next round. What should we expect?
So we still expect that the best school will win. We will still do our best to win.
We are ready for this contest. No, we are around here, and every contest, every battle, we get ready before we get inside.
With extra improvement or training that we have done today, they should watch out because the diamonds are coming.
I mean, with God by our side, anything is possible. So we'll see.
Imagine this, you expanding your business and all of a sudden it comes crumbling down because you didn't have knowledge of how to expand your business in the right way. This is a problem Amanda is facing.
We can see that as the business expands and expands more, Amanda will employ more. So who knows that maybe the one sitting next to you will be the one that Amanda will employ.
You are all Amandas today. Whether you were born a man or a woman, today you are all Amanda. We are going to be presenting our business plan. Amanda is considering 4 key things.
The journey to victory begins and it promises to be unforgettable. Welcome to National Investments Quiz Competition 2024 Prelims Day 1, and you are watching it on Ghana's official high school TV channel, High School Plug TV. Who will rise? Who will surprise? And who will shine the brightest? Well, let's find out.
Commercial paper is an unsecured debt instrument, usually with a maturity less than 1 year.
That is correct for 3 points. Let's go. I describe a market structure.
The capital structure.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is not correct. I describe a market structure dominated by a small number of large firms. Wesley Girls
Oligopoly.
That is correct. Wesley Girls High School had 49 points, and I have the privilege to declare Wesley Girls High School per the scores as the winner of this particular contest. Thank you very much, audience. Thank you, our contesting schools, for your attention. My name is Dr. Paula P. Akunedu, and I have been your quiz master for this particular session. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
My girls, how are you feeling after the victory? How is it?
We are very happy. Yes, very, very happy.
You've qualified for the next round. What should we expect?
So we still expect that the best school will win. We will still do our best to win.
We are ready for this contest. No, we are around here, and every contest, every battle, we get ready before we get inside.
With extra improvement or training that we have done today, they should watch out because the diamonds are coming.
I mean, with God by our side, anything is possible. So we'll see.
Imagine this, you expanding your business and all of a sudden it comes crumbling down because you didn't have knowledge of how to expand your business in the right way. This is a problem Amanda is facing.
We can see that as the business expands and expands more, Amanda will employ more. So who knows that maybe the one sitting next to you will be the one that Amanda will employ.
You are all Amandas today. Whether you were born a man or a woman, today you are all Amanda. We are going to be presenting our business plan. Amanda is considering 4 key things.
The journey to victory begins and it promises to be unforgettable. Welcome to National Investments Quiz Competition 2024 Prelims Day 1, and you are watching it on Ghana's official high school TV channel, High School Plug TV. Who will rise? Who will surprise? And who will shine the brightest? Well, let's find out.
Commercial paper is an unsecured debt instrument, usually with a maturity less than 1 year.
That is correct for 3 points. Let's go. I describe a market structure.
The capital structure.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is not correct. I describe a market structure dominated by a small number of large firms. Wesley, girls.
Oligopoly.
Oligopoly! That is correct. Wesley Girls High School had 49 points, and I have the privilege to declare Wesley Girls High School per the scores as the winner of this particular contest. Thank you very much, audience. Thank you, our contesting schools, for your attention. My name is Dr. Paula Piakunedu, and I have been your quiz master for this particular session. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
My girls, how are you feeling after the victory? How is it?
We are very happy. We are very, very happy.
You've qualified for the next round. What should we expect?
So we still expect that the best school will win. We will still do our best to win.
We are ready for this contest. No, we are ranks here, and every contest, every battle, we get ready before we get inside.
With extra improvement or training that we have done today, they should watch out because the diamonds are coming.
I mean, with God by our side, anything is possible. So we'll see.
Imagine this. You expanding your business, and all of a sudden it comes crumbling down because you didn't have knowledge of how to expand your business in the right way. This is a problem Amanda is facing.
We can see that as the business expands and expands more, Amanda will employ more. So who knows that maybe the one sitting next to you will be the one that Amanda will employ.
You are all Amandas today. Whether you were born a man or a woman, today you are all Amanda. We are going to be presenting our business plan. Amanda is considering 4 key things.
The journey to victory begins and it promises to be unforgettable. Welcome to National Investments Quiz Competition 2024 Prelims Day 1, and you are watching it on Ghana's official high school TV channel, High School Plug TV. Who will rise? Who will surprise? And who will shine the brightest? Well, let's find out.
Commercial paper is an unsecured debt instrument, usually with a maturity less than 1 year.
That is correct for 3 points. Let's go. I describe a market structure.
The capital structure.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is not correct. I describe a market structure dominated by a small number of large firms. Wesley, girls.
Oligopoly.
Oligopoly! That is correct. Wesley Girls High School had 49 points, and I have the privilege to declare Wesley Girls High School per the scores as the winner of this particular contest. Thank you very much, audience. Thank you, our contesting schools, for your attention. My name is Dr. Paula Piakunedu, and I have been your quiz master for this particular session. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
My girls, how are you feeling after the victory? How is it?
We are very happy. We are very, very happy.
You've qualified for the next round. What should we expect?
So we still expect that the best school will win. We will still do our best to win.
We are ready for this contest. We are around here, and every contest, every battle, we get ready before we get inside.
With extra improvement or training that we have done today, they should watch out because the diamonds are coming.
I mean, with God by our side, anything is possible. So we'll see.
Imagine this, you expanding your business and all of a sudden it comes crumbling down because you didn't have knowledge of how to expand your business in the right way. This is a problem Amanda is facing.
We can see that as the business expands and expands more, Amanda will employ more. So who knows that maybe the one sitting next to you will be the one that Amanda will employ.
You are all Amandas today. Whether you were born a man or a woman, today you are all Amanda. We are going to be presenting our business plan. Amanda is considering 4 key things.
The journey to victory begins and it promises to be unforgettable. Welcome to National Investments Quiz Competition 2024 Prelims Day 1, and you are watching it on Ghana's official high school TV channel, High School Plug TV. Who will rise? Who will surprise? And who will shine the brightest? Well, let's find out.
Commercial paper is an unsecured debt instrument, usually with a maturity less than 1 year.
That is correct for 3 points. Let's go. I describe a market structure.
The capital structure.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is not correct. I describe a market structure dominated by a small number of large firms. Wesley Girls
Oligopoly.
Oligopoly! That is correct. Wesley Girls High School had 49 points, and I have the privilege to declare Wesley Girls High School per the scores as the winner of this particular contest. Thank you very much, audience. Thank you, our contesting schools, for your attention. My name is Dr. Paula Piakunedu, and I have been your quiz master for this particular session. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
My girls, how are you feeling after the victory? How is it?
We are very happy. Yes, very, very happy.
You've qualified for the next round. What should we expect?
We still expect that the best school will win. We will still do our best to win.
We are ready for this contest. We are around here, and every contest, every battle, we get ready before we get inside.
With extra improvement or training that we have done today, they should watch out because the diamonds are coming.
I mean, with God by our side, anything is possible. So we'll see.
Imagine this, you expanding your business and all of a sudden it comes crumbling down because you didn't have knowledge of how to expand your business in the right way. This is a problem Amanda is facing.
We can see that as the business expands and expands more, Amanda will employ more. So who knows that maybe the one sitting next to you will be the one that Amanda will employ.
You are all Amandas today. Whether you were born a man or a woman, today you are all Amanda. We are going to be presenting our business plan. Amanda is considering 4 key things.
The journey to victory begins and it promises to be unforgettable. Welcome to National Investments Quiz Competition 2024 Prelims Day 1, and you are watching it on Ghana's official high school TV channel, High School Plug TV. Who will rise? Who will surprise? And who will shine the brightest? Well, let's find out.
Commercial paper is an unsecured debt instrument, usually with a maturity less than 1 year.
That is correct for 3 points. Let's go. I describe a market structure.
The capital structure.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is not correct. I describe a market structure dominated by a small number of large firms. Wesley Girls
Oligopoly.
Oligopoly! That is correct. Wesley Girls High School had 49 points, and I have the privilege to declare Wesley Girls High School per the scores as the winner of this particular contest. Thank you very much, audience. Thank you, our contesting schools, for your attention. My name is Dr. Paula P. Akunedu, and I have been your quiz master for this particular session. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
My girls, how are you feeling after the victory? How is it?
We are very happy. We are very, very happy.
You've qualified for the next round. What should we expect?
We still expect that the best school will win. We will still do our best to win.
We are ready for this contest. No, we are around here, and every contest, every battle, we get ready before we get inside.
With extra improvement or training that we have done today, they should watch out because the diamonds are coming.
I mean, with God by our side, anything is possible. So we'll see.
Imagine this, you expanding your business and all of a sudden it comes crumbling down because you didn't have knowledge of how to expand your business in the right way. This is a problem Amanda is facing.
We can see that as the business expands and expands more, Amanda will employ more. So who knows that maybe the one sitting next to you will be the one that Amanda will employ.
You are all Amandas today. Whether you were born a man or a woman, today you are all Amanda. We are going to be presenting our business plan. Amanda is considering 4 key things.
The journey to victory begins and it promises to be unforgettable. Welcome to National Investments Quiz Competition 2024 Prelims Day 1, and you are watching it on Ghana's official high school TV channel, High School Plug TV. Who will rise? Who will surprise? And who will shine the brightest? Well, let's find out.
Commercial paper is an unsecured debt instrument, usually with a maturity less than 1 year.
That is correct for 3 points. Let's go. I describe a market structure.
The capital structure.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is not correct. I describe a market structure dominated by a small number of large firms. Wesley Girls
Oligopoly.
Oligopoly! That is correct. Wesley Girls High School had 49 points, and I have the privilege to declare Wesley Girls High School per the scores as the winner of this particular contest. Thank you very much, audience. Thank you, our contesting schools, for your attention. My name is Dr. Paula P. Akunedu, and I have been your quiz master for this particular session. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
My girls, how are you feeling after the victory? How is it?
We are very happy. We are very, very happy.
You've qualified for the next round. What should we expect?
We still expect that the best school will win. We will still do our best to win.
We are ready for this contest. No, we are around here, and every contest, every battle, we get ready before we get inside.
With extra improvement or training that we have done today, they should watch out because the diamonds are coming.
I mean, with God by our side, anything is possible. So we'll see.
Imagine this, you expanding your business and all of a sudden it comes crumbling down because you didn't have knowledge of how to expand your business in the right way. This is a problem Amanda is facing.
We can see that as the business expands and expands more, Amanda will employ more. So who knows that maybe the one sitting next to you will be the one that Amanda will employ.
You are all Amandas today. Whether you were born a man or a woman, today you are all Amanda. We are going to be presenting our business plan. Amanda is considering 4 key things.
The journey to victory begins and it promises to be unforgettable. Welcome to National Investments Quiz Competition 2024 Prelims Day 1, and you are watching it on Ghana's official high school TV channel, High School Plug TV. Who will rise? Who will surprise? And who will shine the brightest? Well, let's find out.
Commercial paper is an unsecured debt instrument, usually with a maturity less than 1 year.
That is correct for 3 points. Let's go. I describe a market structure.
The capital structure.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is not correct. I describe a market structure dominated by a small number of large firms. Wesley, girls.
Oligopoly.
Oligopoly! That is correct. Wesley Girls High School had 49 points, and I have the privilege to declare
a better place than we came to meet it. So our children through the school will bless you now and evermore.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the next is Our Lady of Mercy SHS.
Great old lambs, your children have gathered. Ready, sing. Great old lambs, your children have gathered, singing graciously to your name. You are hope for a brighter future. God makes you first among equals. Great old lambs, great old lambs, great old lambs, great old lambs, great old lambs. We praise your name. With our faith we will work and conquer in holiness of minds and hearts. In the knowledge of God and our culture, we will excel in integrity. Great old lambs, great old lambs, great old lambs, great old lambs, great old lambs. We praise your name.
Thank you very much. So I'll move on to. Thank you, Our Lady of Mercy. She would definitely intercede for you. Moving on is St. John's Grammar School. Please, let's give it up for them.
Are you ready? We praise and hail your name. 1, 2, sing. We praise and hail your name. St. John's School of great fame. You are the hope of our future. May God grant you honor. May God grant you honor. When we shall take our place, your great name we shall raise, never failing our matter. In firmness shall we stand, in firmness shall we stand. Your product shall not fail. Proclaim your high ideals, struggling with courage and duty wherever we may be, wherever we may be.
Thank you very much, St. John's Grammar. Moving on to the last school, West Africa Senior High School.
To those who bore their thoughts, ready, go. To those who bore their thoughts, by which was born, and all students of old, we pay you homage. To you who now man was, master, student, workers, well-wishers and friends, all your efforts to build peaceful future for us, ensure brotherhood. We respectfully, in spirit of joy, bow to you. We love your deeds. May the Lord richly bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So please, as you are cheering them up, I'm hoping that when they get a question right or wrong, you keep cheering them up as it is. Thank you. So for this particular contest, our quiz master is Dr. Paul Kunedu. So Doug, welcome, Doug. Please, how have you been? Great. Doug, before the contest commences, I would like to ask, what are your expectations for this particular contest?
Yeah, I expect a keenly contested competition, and may the best school win.
May the best school win. Thank you very much, Doug. Before the contest commences, I would like to make this notice made known to all of us. Please let's kindly follow our social media platforms on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, and on TikTok as well. So whilst you're here, you can just take your mobile phones, log on to any of our social media platforms so that you can follow, like, share, and indeed we will all work together to facelift the NIQ. So Doc, over to you now.
Okay, thank you very much, Gladys. Audience, reps of our schools, you are welcome to the third contest of our 2024 National Investment Quiz Competition. Before we start, we want to know our reps representing our various schools. And so, starting from Adontin, right? Please let us know your name and then your expectation for the competition.
In God. Okay, my name is Curtis Kojo Japan. We are hoping for the best.
Next.
My name is Wisdom Chini. In God we trust.
In God we trust. Thank you. Our Lady of Mercy Senior High School.
Tetson Benjamin is my name.
Ibrahim Niger. And our expectation with Our Lady of Mercy interceding for us.
Our Lady of Mercy is indeed interceding for you. Let's give it up to them for that wonderful expectation. St. John's Grammar School, your turn.
Max Ojimawu is my name.
Sir Kodia Francis Ofe is my name.
Okay, next, West Africa Senior High School.
My name is Eric Asari Khan.
Asari Khan. Next.
I'm also Emmanuel Osu.
Oh, Osu. Thank you very much for the introductions. Without wasting much time, we'll zoom into the competition. And before we start, I want to spell out the rules. We are going to have 5 main rounds. Round 1 will be general knowledge on investment and the capital market. We also have some questions on contract law. Round 2, we'll read out some cases and give you options for you to choose the correct option. Round 3 will be the presentation of the investment advisory questions or cases that have been given to you in advance. Round 4 will be true or false. Before every round, I'll spell out the specific rules for the round. And then the last round will be riddles. So round 1. You have 10 seconds to start responding to a question. Your main question attracts 3 points. If you are not able to provide the answer, it will be a bonus. I'll declare it as a bonus. You have to ring your bell to attract attention to the court and then respond for +1. If you get it wrong, -1. West Africa Senior High, let's hear your bell. Okay, 3. Our Lady of Mercy, let's hear your bell. Okay. Number 2, right? Adontin Senior High, let's hear your bell. Okay, number 1. So, first question going to Adontin Senior High School. Please, let's have some silence in the room. One of the key considerations in financial planning is risk and how to mitigate them. I'm going to give you 1 risk each, and you explain and tell us why you believe this is risk. Non-financial risk. So first to Adontin, and same preamble goes to all schools. Income security risk.
So there is a risk associated with a person not receiving his income. For example, you are working a job and some years to come, you believe that there is a risk that you are being exposed that maybe your employer may not pay you your income.
Okay. I'll give you 1.5 out of 3. So in one's financial planning, you utilize your current income and then projected earning in developing the plan. It may happen that you will not receive the expected income either from your employment, a business, or whatever. On the other way around, it may also happen that for investments that you have made, the expected returns may be lower than as expected because interest rate may fall below your long-term expected interest rates. You didn't touch on that bit, and so you get 1.5 out of 3. Let's give it out to Adonten for that response. Next, Our Lady of Mercy, life event risk.
Life event risks. This is the risk that there may be uncertainties in life. Example, one with vehicle may have accidents, and that's a life risk. And life risks is not maybe only accidents. Uncertainties as in what you will do in future, as in investing, what you will do in future, as in where you are. Maybe there is heavy rainfall, then there is flood in your area.
I'll give that for 3 points. Let's give that to Our Lady of Mercy Senior High School. Unexpected life events such as accidents, injuries that may affect one's expected future income flows. Next, to St. John's Grammar School, longevity risk.
Longevity risk is a risk associated with a situation whereby an individual plans to live for a certain period of time and exceeds that lifespan. So, say an investor expects to live in maybe a 20-year time and makes investments that would yield him an amount of revenue that he can survive on for 20 years' time. The longevity risk will come in when he exceeds that 20 years lifespan.
I'll give that for 3 points. So one may plan to live for 70 years and therefore plan his income to cover the 70 years. But if it happens that you live for 100 years, then there is that risk that you will not get any income to cover the extra 30 years, which was not projected. Okay, next to West Africa Senior High School, interest rate risk.
Okay, so interest rate risk refers to the risk of fluctuation in the interest rate, and this is due to the monetary policy that is implemented by the government. And as this interest rate, when the interest rate is high, it reduces the risk.
When the interest rate is high, it reduces the amount that individual is willing to borrow from the commercial banks, and also when the amount of investment reduce, the holding power of an individual will also reduce, and this.
I'll give you 1 out of 3. You mentioned fluctuation in interest rates, but I expected you to be specific. The fact that the actual interest rate may be lower than an individual's projected interest rate, and because of the law of compounding interest, if even there's a shortfall of 1%, it may have serious adverse implications on your projected income in the future. So please try to go specific. So 1 out of 3. Score Master, please take notes. Let's give that to them for that submission. Next, there are both financial and non-financial sources of risk. I'm going to state some non-financial risks that are normally encountered in the financial sector, and you explain what those concepts mean. Starting from Adonten Senior High School, operational risk.
So the operational risk is a potential loss that is inherited from the operations of the company or also external forces. For instance, when a company computer system goes down, it's going to reduce its efficiency, which is going to decrease its total productivity for it.
That for 3 points. Our Lady of Mercy Senior High School, settlement risk.
Settlement risk. This is when maybe two parties, this is where when two parties are into a contract, the other party may fail to settle his part. And this may lead, this is a risk because if the other party fails to do its part, it may lead to less returns or low income to the individuals.
I will give that for 3 points. Okay, St. John's Grammar School, sovereign risk.
Okay, so the sovereign risk, also known as the country risk. This is a type of risk that affects the whole country as a whole. That is the inability of the government to pay either people they owe their financial obligation. So it's a type of credit risk, but however, it affects the country as a whole. Another name given to it is the sovereign risk or the country risk.
For currently, I can say Ghana is experiencing sovereign risk since we are not able to pay our pay the debt in our IMF program.
I'll give you 2 out of 3 for that effort. It is a situation where a country is unable to meet its debt obligations. Try to be specific as much as possible instead of beating about the bush, right? Okay, West Africa Senior High School, regulatory risk.
Okay, so regulatory risk is a type of risk where the regulations of a country or regulations that may be weak or changes in the regulations that may affect the returns an investor might receive.
Right for 3 points. Let's give it up to West Africa Senior High School for that submission. Okay, for the next round of questions, same preamble goes to all schools. I'm going to mention some concepts or variables, and you have to pick out the odd one. When I say the odd one, I hope you understand. The odd one out. Okay, so choose the odd one out. First, to Adontin Senior High School. Stocks, bonds, mutual funds, savings accounts.
Savings account.
And is correct for 3 points. All the others are investment instruments. Savings account is not investment. So that is the odd one out. Next question to Our Lady of Mercy Senior High School. The same preamble. Stocks, fixed deposits, debentures, commercial papers. They've been bailed out, right? They have been bailed out? Okay, a bonus, 1 rank, right? Okay, I don't think senior high.
Venture.
Correct.
Fixed deposit.
I'm sorry, that is not correct. Okay, so time I've cancelled. Okay, so fixed deposit, debentures, commercial papers are all debt instruments or fixed income securities. The odd one out is stocks, which is an equity security. Okay, next question going to St. John's Grammar School. St. John's Grammar School. Choose the odd one out. Share price, capital gains, dividends, interest.
Interest.
Is correct for 3 points. Share price, capital gains, dividends relates to the stock market or equity securities. Interest relates to fixed income or debt securities. The last question in this round of questions going to West Africa Senior High School. Same preamble. License dealing members, registrars, portfolio managers, custodians.
Portfolio managers.
Portfolio managers is correct for 3 points. Portfolio managers. Next question. The fourth set of questions in this round. First question going to Adontin Senior High School. Explain the concept of liquidity in relation to investments.
So liquidity is the ability to convert an asset into cash equivalent. That is, you can sell the asset into cash at a fair price without affecting the market significantly. For example, the sales of shares on the Ghana exchange is also a form of liquidity.
I will give you 2 out of 3 for that effort. The ease with which you can convert an asset into cash without losing value. You didn't add that bit, right? You didn't add without losing value. Fair price is not the same as losing value. Yeah, that's why I said go straight to the point and be specific. Okay, so 2 out of 3 for that effort. Next, Our Lady of Mercy Senior High School. The concept of risk relating to investments.
Risks are the uncertainties of future return. This is the examples of risks are market risks. This is the risks that affect the whole market. This can reduce the return of an investor.
I'll give you 2 out of 3 for that effort. So risk has to do with the fact that an investor may realize less than the expected returns on an investment, right? Try to go straight to the point. Okay. Next question. Grammar school. Capital gain.
Capital gain is the increase in the price per share relative to the previous price. So capital gain is the main source of income for capital gain is also a source of income for shareholders. So for instance, say I buy MTN shares, say I buy MTN shares running at, let's say, 1 CD 25 pesos, and in a month to come the price per share increases to 1 CD 50 pesos. There is an increment of 25 pesos. So if I'm to sell those shares, I'll sell it at 1 CD 50 pesos and gain the capital gain of 0.25 pesos. Multiply the quantity that I sold by the.
I'll give that for 3 points. Next question to West Africa Senior High School. Interest.
Okay, so interest refers to the percentage yield on a financial asset. So the interest rate, so they had the interest rate, they had the return an investor receives, and that's vice versa. So when the interest rate is high, it shows how investors receive more than what they invest. And yes.
I will give you 1.5 out of 3 for that effort. So interest rate is a monetary charge for borrowing money. It is a price received by the lender and the cost paid by the borrower for borrowing money. It is also the return on fixed income or debt securities, right? Usually expressed as a percentage. Okay, so 1.5 out of 3 for that effort. Next question to Adontin. And for this round of questions, they are on contract law. Adontin, differentiate between an offer and an invitation to treat. With an example.
So an offer is a firm proposal made by one party known as the offeror to the other party known as the offeree to create an agreement. And also invitation to treat means inviting the public to come and subscribe to something or to make an offer to the public to come and subscribe. So an example is that with the offer, I can offer my friend here a car for sale which costs 20,000. So when he accepts the offer, that is becoming an acceptance. And also with the invitation to trade, this is also known as how football teams sell their clubs. So for instance, when Manchester United was trying to sell their club, they were inviting the public to come and buy the club. Thank you.
I'll give that for 3 points. Well done. Very beautiful examples there. Okay. Next question to Our Lady of Mercy Senior High School. Please, can we have some silence now? Our Lady of Mercy Senior High School. What do we mean by an offer must be accepted totally for a contract to be valid?
For a contract to be valid, the offer made by the offeree to the by the offeror to the offeree. The offeree needs to accept the terms in the contract, every term, and must accept the terms in the contract and know what the terms are. And he must give his consent, whether he has accepted it or not, for it to be valid. Thank you.
Okay, I'll give that for 3 points. St. John's Grammar School. What is a counter offer and its implication in contract law? A counter offer.
So, a counter offer is the situation whereby an offeree, okay, this is the situation whereby a party gives another offer. No, this is the situation whereby the offeree gives another offer. That is a different offer in relation to the offer that was given to him previously. So, for instance, if I say I offer my friend here a car worth 20,000, and he also tells me, oh, I also have a car selling at 25,000. That is a counter offer.
A counter offer is an offer made by the offeror in the sense that when the offeree makes the offer to you, you also make an offer to back the offer made by the offeree, sorry, in the sense that, as he said, when he makes an offer of 20,000 sale of a car, and I think the 20,000 sale of a car is too much, my counter offer could be that I could tell him I would only give him 10,000, and that is also known as a counter offer.
So you are conflicting yourselves, right? You are conflicting yourselves. Okay, for that effort, I'll give you 1.5, right? So you need to confer before you come out with your response. Do you get it? Okay. So you were provided a counter answer, right? Okay. Next, West Africa Senior High School. Where a purported acceptance is qualified by the term subject to contracts, what does it imply? subject to contract? I'm sorry, you have been bailed out. I see one. Adontin Senior High School.
Subject to a contract are the most important or essential keywords in a contract that makes it legally binding.
I'm sorry, I will not take that -1 to Adontin Senior High School. Anyone wants to take that as a bonus? Anyone? Okay. So subject to contract means the liability in this contract is postponed until formal documents are signed, right? Or the agreement is finalized. All liabilities are postponed until agreements are finalized. Okay. No one wants to risk it, right? Okay. So that brings us to the end of round 1. Let's give it up to our contesting schools for that wonderful performance. As we wait for the final scores, West Africa Senior High School, how did it go for you?
The Lord is with us, and we are hoping to win.
Indeed, God is with you, and hopefully you win. Next, St. John's Grammar School.
May the best school win.
May the best school win. As simple as that. Our Lady of Mercy Senior High School.
Our Lady of Mercy will intercede for us.
Your Lady of Mercy is still interceding. Adontin Senior High School.
In God we trust.
Indeed, in God you trust. That is beautiful. At the end of round 1, West Africa Senior High had 8.5 points. Let's give it up to them for that wonderful performance. Our Lady of Mercy had 11 points. Adontin Senior High had 10.5 points. St. John's Grammar School, 11.5 points. Let's give it up to our contestants for that wonderful performance. I'm told the school wants to effect a change. Please, the one coming, please quickly get to the stage. Let's welcome him with a round of applause as he comes to join his colleague. And the one exiting, well done. Round 2. Okay. So, like I told you earlier, here we are going to look at some cases, some on contract law, some on economics, and then also on investments. We'll read a case, we'll present you the options, and you choose one or the correct option within 10 seconds. Per the nature of the questions in this round, we are not going to have bonuses. First question going to Adontin Senior High School. The first round of questions are on restrictive covenant. Restrictive covenant in contract law. ABC Gym requires all members to sign a contract stating that members cannot sue the gym for any injuries until they have gone through their internal dispute resolution process and mediation. During the workout, John is injured due to faulty equipment and wants to sue immediately. The gym points to their contract clause. What type of exemption clause is this, and is it valid? A. Liability limiting clause, invalid. B. Litigation limiting clause, valid. C. Restrictive covenants, invalid. D. Implied term modifying clause, invalid.
C.
C says restrictive covenant invalid. I'm sorry, that is not correct. B is the correct answer. Litigation limiting clause invalid. The clause is meant to limit litigations from clients. Okay, next question to Our Lady of Mercy Senior High School. Sarah buys a washing machine with a contract stating that the seller takes no responsibility for any damage caused by the machine, including if it explodes due to manufacturing defects. A week later, the machine malfunctions and floods her house. What is the likely legal position in this situation? A. The liability limiting clause would likely be unenforceable due to its broad scope. B. The clause is valid and Sarah cannot claim damages. C. Sarah must first attempt mediation. D. The clause is valid but only for minor damages.
B.
B. And B says the clause is valid and Sarah cannot claim damages. I'm sorry, that is not correct. The correct answer is A. The liability limiting clause would likely be unenforceable due to its broad scope. It is too broad to be enforceable. Next question to St. John's Grammar School. Tech Solutions Limited hires Mark as their lead developer. His contract states that he cannot work for any competing company within the city where the company is operating for 5 years after leaving, if he chooses to leave the company. Due to his knowledge of confidential projects, is this exemption clause valid? A. It is invalid as all restrictive covenants are void. B. Invalid as the time period is too long. C. Valid as it reasonably protects business interests of the employer. D. Valid without any restrictions.
D.
And D says valid without any restrictions. And I'm sorry, that is not correct. The correct answer is C, valid as it reasonably protects the interests of the employer. Next, West Africa Senior High School. A car rental agreement states, we override all implied warranties under the Consumer Protection Act. The car breaks down due to poor maintenance. The rental company claims no liability based on this clause. What applies in this situation? A. The clause is valid as parties can contract freely. B. The clause is likely void as it attempts to override mandatory consumer protection. C. The clause is valid but compensation must be minimal. D. The clause requires mediation first.
B.
B. The clause is likely void as it attempts to override mandatory consumer protection. That is correct for 3 points. Okay, next round of questions, starting with Adontin. Miracle Beauty Company advertised, we will pay $1,000 to anyone who uses our face cream for 30 days and doesn't see improved skin tone. Jane buys the cream, uses it as directed, sees no improvement and demands payment or refund. What type of contract is this and what is the legal position? A. Bilateral contract requiring negotiation. B. Unilateral contract that becomes binding upon completion of conditions. C. Simple contract requiring written agreement. D. Special contract requiring a seal.
C.
C says simple contract requiring written agreement, and I'm sorry, that is not correct. The correct answer is B, unilateral contract that becomes binding upon completion of conditions. Next question to Our Lady of Mercy Senior High School. Tom agrees to supply fresh vegetables to Sarah's restaurants every Monday for 1 year. 3 months into the agreement, Tom stops deliveries, claiming the contract isn't valid because it wasn't written down. Based on the Contracts Act, what is the correct legal position in this situation? A, the contract is invalid without it being written. B, the contract requires a seal to be valid. C, oral contract is valid and enforceable. D, the contract must be converted to a written form before it could be valid.
C.
C. You said C, right? C. Oral contract is valid and enforceable. And that is correct for 3 points. So Our Lady of Mercy Senior High School. Next to St. John's Grammar School. A car sale contract says, vehicle sold with 3-month warranty. The contract doesn't explicitly mention the car must be in working condition at delivery. The car breaks down on day 1. What type of term will be implied here? A, express warranty only applies. B, no terms can be applied after signing. C, implied term that the car should be in roadworthy condition at delivery. D, only statutory terms apply.
A.
What?
A.
A. And A says express warranty only applies. I'm sorry, that is not correct. The correct answer is C, implied term that the car should be in roadworthy condition at delivery. A car that cannot move. Is that one to a car? Okay. Next question to West Africa Senior High School. A clothing manufacturer agrees to supply 1,000 red t-shirts to a retailer. Instead, they deliver 1,000 blue t-shirts. This breach of the contract relates to A, a condition as it goes to the roots of the contract. B, a warranty as color is a minor detail of the contract. C, neither of the two as it's just a misunderstanding. D, an implied term only.
B.
And B says a warranty as color is a minor detail. And I'm sorry, that is not correct. The correct answer is A, a condition. It is a key condition of the contract as it goes to the roots of the contract. I want red, and that is why I said red, not blue. Okay. Next set of questions starting with Adontin Senior High. Imagine you are reviewing data funds risk management strategy. They have implemented VAR models, but choose to exclude extreme market events from 2008. Arguing these are once-in-a-lifetime crises, events that skew the model. They use sophisticated statistical methods for normal market conditions. What is the critical flaw in their approach? A, their statistical methods need to be more sophisticated. B, they should only focus on recent market data. C, excluding extreme events from value at risk calculations or VAR calculations could dangerously underestimate tail risk and potential losses. D, value at risk of VAR models should only consider normal market conditions.
C.
C, excluding extreme events from VAR or value at risk calculations could dangerously underestimate tail risk and potential losses. And that is correct for 3 points. Next question to Our Lady of Mercy Senior High. Mercury Investment faces significant commodity risk due to their investments in oil companies. Their risk manager implements a total return swap, but doesn't consider scenario analysis limits. When oil prices crash due to geopolitical events, the portfolio suffers unexpected losses. What was the key risk management oversight? A. Total return swaps are insufficient for commodity risk. B. Only direct hedging should have been used. C. The absence of scenario analysis limits left the portfolio exposed to specific market scenarios despite the swap protection. D. Commodity risk cannot be effectively managed.
C.
And C is correct for 3 points for Our Lady of Mercy Senior High School. Next question is St. John's Grammar School. Silverbank is stress testing its portfolio, but focuses solely on interest rate scenarios. The risk committee questions whether this approach is sufficient given their diverse portfolio, including foreign investments. What is the key limitation in their stress testing approach? A. Interest rate stress testing is sufficient for banks. B. The stress testing should include multiple risk factors, including currency risk and country risk, for a comprehensive assessment. C. Stress testing should focus on the most likely risk factor. D. Foreign investments don't require specific stress testing. B. And that is correct for 3 points. St. John's Grammar School. Stress testing should go beyond interest rate to look at other risk factors. That is correct. Next, West Africa Senior High School. Jupiter Trading implements credit spread forwards to manage credit risks on their bond portfolio. The risk manager is satisfied with this protection, but the chief finance officer expresses concerns about potential downsides. What is the valid concern? A. Credit spread forwards are too complex. B. Simple credit default swaps would be better. C. Credit spread forwards could require payments when spreads narrow, potentially creating new risk instead of just managing existing ones. D. Credit derivatives are unnecessary for bond portfolios.
C.
C. And that is correct for 3 points. West Africa Senior High School. The fourth round of questions, starting with Adontin Senior High School. James runs a small bookstore and was approached by Sarah, who threatened to harm his family if he didn't sell his store to her at half the market value. Under extreme stress and fear for his family's safety, James signed over the property deed. When later reporting this to his lawyer, what will be the legal status of this contract? A. The contract is valid but can be renegotiated. B. The contract is voidable at James' option. C. The contract is void due to duress. D. The contract is valid but Sarah can be sued separately.
The answer is C.
And the answer is C indeed. And that is correct for 3 points. He signed the contract under duress and that the contract is void. Next to Our Lady of Mercy Senior High. An elderly farmer, Mr. Thompson, was approached by Megacorp with a contract for his harvest. The contract stated that Megacorp would have exclusive rights to his crops. Let me take it again. An elderly farmer, Mr. Thompson, was approached by Megacorp with a contract for his harvest. The contract stated that Megacorp would have exclusive rights to his crops, set quality standards unilaterally, and face no liability for breach, while the farmer will be fully liable. Mr. Thompson, needing quick cash, signed. What legal principle would likely apply here? A. Misrepresentation. B. Duress. C. unconscionability. D. Public policy violation.
B.
What?
B.
B. I'm sorry, the correct answer is C. Unconscionability. Next, to St. John's Grammar School. Mary, a car dealer, sold Peter a vehicle claiming it had brand new engine installed by the manufacturer. Peter later discovered that the engine was actually refurbished. Mary had simply repeated information she had received from her supplier without verifying it. What type of misrepresentation is this? A. Innocent misrepresentation. B. Fraudulent misrepresentation. C. Negligent misrepresentation. D. No misrepresentation has occurred.
Innocent misrepresentation.
And that is correct for 3 points to St. John's Grammar School. West Africa Senior High. A civil servant promised to help a businessman secure government contracts in exchange for being appointed to the board of the businessman's company. They formalized this arrangement in a written agreement. What is the legal status of this contract? A. Valid but requires disclosure. B. Voidable at government's option. C. Void as against public policy. D. Valid if no actual corruption occurs.
C.
C. Void as against public policy. There is corruption here, and so the contract is illegal. Okay, the last round of questions in this round. First question going to Adontin Senior High. West African Food Producers Limited has been expanding production to meet high demand for processed foods. The central bank has increased interest rates to curb inflation. But West African food producers argue that their cost increases are due to supply chain issues. However, data shows rising consumer income and increased spending across food markets. What type of inflation best explains this situation? A. Purely cost push due to supply chain disruptions. B. Temporary inflation driven by supply side factors. C. A combination of demand pull and cost push inflation. D. Cost push inflation caused by currency depreciation.
The answer is C.
The answer is C, which says a combination of demand pull and cost push inflation, and that is correct for 3 points to Adontin Senior High School. Next question to Our Lady of Mercy Senior High. Star Tech Solutions, a technology firm, is the largest in its country. Due to recent tech regulations, competitors have left the market, leaving Star Tech as the dominant supplier. Star Tech has been able to significantly increase its service fees. The government is investigating whether Star Tech's pricing could be contributing to inflationary pressures. Which type of market structure is most likely in this situation? A. A perfect competitive market. B. A monopolistic competitive market. C. A monopoly market. D. Oligopoly market.
C.
C. A monopoly market, a dominant supplier. That is correct for 3 points. Next to St. John's Grammar School. Following a 12% currency depreciation, Tropical Imports Limited raised the prices of imported machinery parts, which are essential for local manufacturers. Despite the price increase, Tropical Imports hasn't reduced order volumes. and manufacturers pass these costs on to consumers. The government claims this inflation will be temporary. What potential flaw might exist in this assessment? A. Currency depreciation impacts all sectors equally. B. Depreciation effects don't lead to persistent inflation. C. Inelastic demand for essential imports may create sustained inflationary pressures. D. Higher import costs only affect luxury goods.
C.
C. Inelastic demand for essential imports may create sustained inflationary pressures. Right? They are essential goods, so consumers cannot avoid it. And so as price increases, they will continue to buy, and that will fuel further inflation. Next question, going to West Africa Senior High, right? Green Energy Limited, the only provider of solar panel installation in the rural region, has doubled installation costs, citing increased production expenses. The nearest alternative provider is 100 miles away. As demand remains high, customers continue to pay the elevated prices. Which market structure describes this situation? A. Perfect competition. B. Monopolistic competition. C. Oligopoly. D. Monopoly.
D. Monopoly.
And that is correct for 3 points. That is a natural monopoly situation. And that brings us to the end of round 2. As we wait for the score keeper to give us the scores, let's take expectations, starting from Adontin Senior High. How has it gone for you up to round 2?
In God we trust.
In God we trust, as we have always trusted. Our Lady of Mercy.
God is leading us.
God is indeed leading you. Let's give out to them for that wonderful performance. St. John's Grammar School. How has it gone?
May the best school win.
May the best school win indeed. West Africa Senior High School.
The Lord is with us. And
God is indeed with all of us, not with you alone. And at the end of round 2, Our Lady of Mercy had 20 points. Adontin Senior High, 19.5 points. And we have a tie between St. John's Grammar and West Africa at 20.5 points. Well done, contestants, for that beautiful performance. We zoom straight into the Okay, so we move straight into the presentations. We gave you cases to prepare PowerPoints. Please support him. Do we have the slides ready? Okay. So without wasting time, let's welcome Adontin Senior High School. You have 10 minutes to make your presentation and 15 points up for grab. Our judges are seated and ready to assess and score your performance. Adontin Senior High School.
Good day. Our topic for today is balancing family investments for different risk profiles. Mr. Edu, a 58-year-old father, who has set aside 50,000 to invest for his 2 adult children, Kweku and Efia. Kweku, who is 28 years, is preparing towards marriage, and Efia, who is 24 years, is saving for a future home.
Recognizing the significant difference in their risk profiles, Mr. Edu wants to structure their investment to suit their goals without risking the funds he has saved. He is new to investing and seeks guidance on how to balance Kweku's desire for growth with a fierce need for security. From the case study, we identify two problems. The first one is both siblings have different investment objectives, and also both siblings have different risk profiles. Let's move to Kweku's objective. Kweku wants to get married. He wants a high yield investment and high returns. Kweku's risk profile is high risk. And then Efia's objective. Efia wants to save for a future home. She wants a slow growth and prefers stability over speed. Efia's risk profile is risk averse.
So based on all this, we did some market analysis. And for Kweku, we are using the conversion rate. Now with the conversion rate, it deals with the percentage of customers who are able to complete a transaction, either by purchase, subscription, or also investment. Now, for the growth stock, since Kweku wants higher income in the next future, we are recommending a growth stock because it has a higher conversion rate, which creates more income in the near future. Also, with the equity mutual fund, since equity mutual fund is a basket of various equity from different sectors and different regions, it's going to generate more money for Kweku over time. Now, with the real estate investment trust, because of the high occupancy rate with low vacancy rate, it has created more rental income and also capital appreciation. Now, with a fierce own, we are going to use the market size and growth. For the government bond, since there's high demand for government bond, there are more people willing and able to buy the government bond. So since Ifya wants stability over speed, we are recommending the government bond because she can redeem it on maturity if she wants. Also with the annuities, since Ifya wants income stability and the annuity is also a lifetime saving, it increases annuity payout out of time. Now with the fixed deposit, because there's a high competition in that market, companies who are issuing fixed deposit are going to issue higher interest rate, which is going to create more income stability for Ifya. Now, with the financial part of this one, we are going to use the dividend yield for Kweku. Now, dividend yield refers to the ratio of dividend per share to the market price of the share. So for dividend growth stock, because companies of this issuing securities offer more returns, Kweku is going to get a more return from this one and also capital gain when the share price of the growth dividend stock increases. For the equity mutual fund, because it's a basket of various equity from various sectors, Kweku is going to get money from the first sector or the first class and also various regions. Now with the real estate investment trust, this is because more people are patronizing this real estate investment trust. So there will be higher rental income and also dividend payout. For Ifya, we are going to use the return on investment approach. Because government bonds has longer maturity, Ifya can hold on to the government bonds and redeem them on maturity. Also, with the annuities, since Ifya wants to buy a home in the near future, we are going to use the return on investment approach because she can go for lump sum rates when she wants in the near future. Also with the fixed deposit, because of this high competition, all companies issuing this fixed deposit are going to increase their interest rate. That is also going to give a fair income stability in the near future with low risks.
Okay, so despite the fact that we've identified some solutions to Ifya and Kweku, first of all, under Kweku we have cryptocurrency. It requires higher risk technical skills to understand, so it is difficult to understand. So the second point is that it operates in largely unregulated markets that is limited in investor protection. So here it's not regulated or it is not controlled by financial institutions. Okay, so for Ifya, we suggested a dividend paying stock and mutual fund. And we said inflation can erode the purchasing power of dividend income, and the dividend income is taxable.
So this is how we are recommending solution for Kweku and then Efia. So for Kweku, we will start with 1, growth stock. Growth stock is a type of investment option that has a high potential growth rate and it has high returns as compared to other investment types. And when we take equity mutual funds are the type of funds that spread its assets across, it spreads risks across stocks, and then it is being managed by professionals. The third one is real estate investment trust. Real estate investment trust invests in real estate. And aside it investing in real estate, it provides income return to investors. So we'll talk about Efia. We are going to recommend government bond. Why are we recommending government bond? Because it has low risk, and then aside it being having low risk, it is also the safest investment option for Efia. The next one is annuities. Annuities provide a lifetime guaranteed income stream. The last one that we are going to recommend for Efia is because it is fixed deposit. It's a savings account that has a higher interest rate as compared to the other savings interest rate. And this type of savings account has a risk-free, is easy to invest, and has a hassle-free process. Now we move to how we are going to implement the plan that we have developed. So first of all, we are going to select the equity mutual fund, the growth stock, and then the real estate investment trust. Then we'll assign 60 to 70% to growth stocks. Then we'll assign 30 to 20% to diversified equity mutual fund, 10 to 15% to real estate investment trust. And after we've done all these things, we'll go and patronize these goods under the investment platform or through a financial advisor. Then the last thing that we are going to do is that we are going to track his investment to ensure that it meets his demand. Therefore, we are going to select government bonds, and then we are going to select government bonds, annuities, and then fixed deposits for her. Then after we selected this, we are going to allocate them, and then we will. Okay, good. So we are going to allocate 50 to 60% to government bonds, 20 to 30% to fixed deposits, and then 10 to 20% to annuities. After we have done that, we'll also patronize this on the investment platform, and then we are annually going to assess it to check if it is going to meet a fierce demand to buy the home that she wants to. So we are going to manage so this is how we are going to help Mr. Edu manage the risks that Kweku and Efia are exposed to. 1, we are going to check diversification. So we are going to spread the assets of Kweku to ensure that it will reduce the poor performance in one particular investment option. Then the next one we are going to do is periodic rebalancing. So we are going to rebalance the portfolio to ensure that it meets Kweku's demand. Then we are going to control the volatility management. We are going to do that by setting a stop loss order to ensure that he is able to minimize losses when the market turns against him, when things does not go the way as he is expecting. Then so for Efia who does not want to lose her capital, we are going to issue low-risk assets like government bonds to ensure that she gains the income that she wants, she maintains her principal, and then gains higher returns on it. Then the second one we are going to do is to check her inflation by investing in inflation-protected assets like real estate and then bonds to ensure that it protects her against inflationary pressure. Then the last thing that we are going to do is to check her liquidity by her liquidity remains liquid.
Thank you, Adontin Senior High School, for that beautiful performance. Next, Our Lady of Mercy Senior High School. Let's welcome them with a round of applause.
Tetson Benjamin is my name, and I'm here with my colleagues, Rosalind, Anna, Ibrahim, and Godfred. We are investment analysts from Our Lady of Mercy Senior High School, and we were faced with a case of Mr. Edu, and his case was that he wanted to balance his investment, which will meet both of his children's risk management. So I'm going to give you what we got from his case, which is the executive summary. So Mr. Edu, a man who has 50,000, he wants to, a man who has 50,000 and wants to invest for his children, Kweku and Efia. Kweku is a 28-year-old man who wants to get into marriage, whilst Efia, a 24 years young lady who wants to buy a house. So we see that both of them have different financial goals. As in this, we saw different problems from this case. Mr. Edu. Mr. Edu has the problem of balancing the investment strategies. Since both Mr. Edu has the problem of balancing his investment strategies. Since both of his children have different financial goals and different risks adverse or different risk tolerance. And secondly, distinct investment needs from the children. The children had distinct investment needs. And Mr. Edu also lacks knowledge on investment. So he needs us to give him in-depth knowledge about investment. So as we are going on, we did market analysis for both Kweku and Efia separately, since both of them have separate financial goals. So Kweku, we did it on Ghana Stock Exchange, which is GES, Equity Mutual Funds, and ETFs in Africa. The Ghana Stock Exchange, Kweku, is growing, and there are platforms like the telecoms and consumer goods, and also mutual funds will help grow his investments for a short term, and ETFs in Africa will help him diversify his risks. And as we are going to Efia who wants a low risk investment, will go into government bonds, fixed deposits, and income mutual funds. So as she's going to government bond, it is riskier and has a fixed rate, and fixed deposit also has a fixed return. And now we are going into income mutual funds, which will grow her investment. We also did financial analysis on investment breakdown, purpose allocation, and expected returns. So the investment breakdown is going to be breakdown 50-50, which is 25,000 for Kweku and 25,000 for Efia. So we propose allocation. Kweku's portfolio or Kweku's investment is going to be short-term, high risk and high returns. And Efia's own is going to be long-term, low risks, and as you know, low risks has low returns. Alternative solutions were made up to be able to meet both of them their needs. So we focus on the financial products which will be offering to meet both of them their needs. And also we are targeting on giving Kweku fixed Kweku shares or equity which will gain him high returns, and Efia with fixed deposits and government bond. Or we can also educate Mr. Edu to be able to make investment decisions on his own. So as we brought up all these alternative solutions, we had a recommendation solution for both Kweku and Efia. So Kweku, we are going to divide his money into 4 different parts, which is 40% into GES, 30% into equity mutual funds, 20% into African growth EFT, and 10 into cash reserve. So 40 into equity, 40 into the GSE. So he's going to invest into growing stocks of consumable goods and the telecommunication platforms. And also the 30 into equity mutual funds to be able to grow his investment, and Africa growth investment, which is the 20%, to diversify his risks, to avoid risks. And also the cash reserve, in case of any liquidation, you'll be able to use the cash reserve. So now the recommendation for Efia. Efia, we are going to do a 50% government bond, 25% fixed deposit, and 15% income, focused on mutual funds, and 10% cash reserve. So 50% on government bond with interest rate, and which is secure, 25% on fixed deposit, which has fixed return and low volatility, and 50% in mutual funds with dividend focus, and that has low volatility. And the 10% cash reserve, in case of liquidation, should be able to use that cash reserve. Implementation plan, for you to be an investor, we need to open accounts for both of them. So one, open accounts for both of them. Allocate funds to their portfolios or their investment vehicles. 3, monitor the funds. Kweku can monitor his quarter annually, and Efia can monitor his semi-annually. 3, rebalance annually. Since Efia wants a long-term investment, she can rebalance her portfolio annually. Then risk management of their investment fund. We all know that in every investment there is risk. So Kweku, we are going to diversify, and we are going to keep cash reserve, and we are going to do financial advisor check for him. So diversification, we told you we are going to invest into ETFs in Africa to diversify his risks. And we also told you they are going to reserve 10% of cash for liquidation. And we are also going to give him financial in-depth on his investments for him to be able to monitor. And if you are focused on stability, she wants a long-term growth. So that's why we invested into bonds. And so focus on stability, and also semi-annual monitoring, and also a strategy for her to move on with her investment. Conclusion, we had the balanced investment plan for them, and we saw that this will also grow the market advantage, and it will help future flexibility. So balanced investment plan will help Mr. Adu sleep peacefully, since both of his children have what they need. And it's helping the Ghanaian market. Since both of the children are going to invest into the Ghanaian market, it will boost the Ghanaian market. And future flexibility, we left 10% cash for both of them, so they'll be able to use it for liquidation. Thank you.
Well done, Our Lady of Mercy Senior High. Next, St. John's Grammar School. Let's welcome them with a round of applause.
Hello. Please, good morning. Oh, good afternoon. I'm working.
Please allow.
Please, my name is also Answer Christopher, and I'm here with financial advisor Max Ojimewu, and we are here to talk about family portfolio management. So now to the executive summary. We have a man. He's called Mr. Edu. He's a father and he has 2 children. He has 50,000 Ghana cedis, and he wants to invest. He wants to help his children achieve their financial goals. Mind you, we are creating a portfolio for Mr. Edu and not his 2 children. So we have his 2 children investment goals. First of all, we have Kweku, who is 28 years old. He seeks higher yielding investment to grow his funds quickly for an upcoming marriage, and he is willing to take on higher risk for the potential for faster growth. We have Efia, who is 24 years old, and she rather prefers a conservative investment approach to secure a financial future. So with this case, we identify 2 problems. The first one being the fact that there is divergent risk tolerance, and the second one being balancing act. With a divergent risk tolerance, we all know that Efia and Kweku both have divergent risk tolerance. Kweku is a risk lover and Efia is a risk adverse person. So Kweku's high risk tolerance contrasts sharply with Efia's preference for low risk investment. So Mr. Edu needs also to find a way to balance investment strategies that meet both Kweku and Efia's goals without jeopardizing the overall finance, the overall funds. So we conducted a market analysis on the whole investment market. And mind you, Mr. Edu is not really having financial knowledge about investment vehicles. So we recommended treasury bills, equity mutual funds, cash and cash equivalents, government bonds, and dividend paying stocks. What we are going to do is we are going to create a balanced portfolio of all the assets that are listed up here. So the reasons why we chose these vehicles are as follows. First of all these investment vehicles are simple to understand. An average person can just invest in a treasury bill because it is issued by the government and it is a fixed investment vehicle. Also, all these investment vehicles have low to moderate risk, and then also there is professional fund management in the field of mutual funds, because mutual funds employ a professional fund manager to manage portfolio or asset. Also, there is liquidity and accessibility, because all these investment vehicles can be accessed easily. And then also, we conducted a financial analysis on Mr. Edu's portfolio. And what we got out of this financial analysis, we concluded that we want to divide the 50,000 Ghana cedis into two folds. That is one for Kweku and one for Efia. So we allocated 30,000 Ghana cedis for Kweku and we allocated 20,000 Ghana cedis for Efia, with the recommendations that we made. Since Kweku is a risk lover, we allocated, or we recommended securities such as the cash and cash equivalents, the government, and we also recommended another one as the equity mutual funds and treasury bills. Now, for the allocation, we want to allocate 70% of Kweku's 30,000 into equity mutual funds, since he is a risk lover. Equity mutual funds, as we all know as business students, are high risk, and as the cliche go, the higher the risk, the higher the returns. The reason why we invested 25% into treasury bills for Kweku is because, well, we don't want a scenario where, because the risks are too many, he will lose all his money. We wanted to buffer for shocks, that is providing for recommended 25% to the treasury bills, and then 5% cash or cash equivalents of the 30,000. The reason why we did this is to provide liquidity. And then when we talk about it, is the ease as which you can convert your asset into cash or cash equivalents, right? So we don't want the case where when Kweku wants to get married, right? So we want to keep 5% down just in case the returns on the equity mutual funds do not come in time, okay? Or yes. So with Efia, we allocated 70% of her 20,000 Ghana cedis into government bonds. You know, Efia wants a long-term financial strategy, right? So government bonds have a maturity of more than 5 years, right? And we all know that if you want to get a home that you like, it's going to take a lot of time, right? So, and we allocated 70% of Efia's 20,000 into government bonds. We allocated 25% of Efia's 20,000 into dividend-paying stocks. And we recommended to Mr. Edu that when he's investing in the dividend-paying stocks in the name of Efia, he should consider companies such as the MTN, Unilever Ghana, and other matured companies. And then we allocated 5% for cash and cash equivalents, also to for any potential SI. Okay, so this is the pie chart you see here is a pie chart of Mr. Edu's portfolio, because we are not giving financial advice to Kweku and Efia, we are giving it to Mr. Edu. So on Mr. Edu's total portfolio, which is, he has 50,000 Ghana cedis, 42% of the whole circle is for okay, so 28% of the whole circle is for government bonds. 15% of the whole circle represent treasury bills that we invested. And also, the 5% represent cash and cash equivalents. And 42% represent equity mutual funds, yes. So, I'll invite financial analyst Maxwell to give us the alternatives.
Moving on to the alternative solutions, we saw that we could also invest in exchange-traded fund, cryptocurrency, derivatives, and other stocks on the market. However, due to the fact that Mr. Edu is new on the market and doesn't have knowledge on all of this, we decided not to go for these things. Taking into consideration the cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency needs a lot of understanding and knowledge on the market and volatility. But he's new on the market, so we didn't give him these alternatives. Moving on to the recommended solution. For the recommended solution, as the Grammys advisory solutions, we all came together to tell him to invest in some numbered or listed things. One, being mutual funds. The other, being treasury bills, as well as cash and cash equivalent. For Kweku, we told him to invest in mutual funds since Kweku is a risk lover. And also, we told him to invest in treasury bills and cash equivalent. Since Kweku wants to get married, in any time he can ask for money for marriage. Therefore, putting money into cash and cash equivalent will help Kweku getting married successfully. However, for Efia, we recommended Mr. Edu to invest in stocks with high payment of dividend, and then cash and cash equivalent with government bond. Stocks with high payment rate because she's someone that can wait for a longer period of time. Cash and cash equivalent because she's risk averse and might need the money in any time. Our implementation plan. One, we asked Mr. Edu to come up with the 50,000 Ghana cedis for investment. And we also recommended he invest with IC Securities. And then the second thing we asked him to do, or we did for him, was to apportion the 50,000 to all of the asset classes we listed above. We also help to track investment through the IC Security. We acquire and then implement funds to achieve a specific financial goal. Risk management. What are the risks involved in all this type of investment? We have market risk. Market risk involve inflation risk and then interest rate risk. Now, market risk is the risk of loss due to factors affecting the overall financial market. In order to prevent all of this, we made him diversify across different types of investment like mutual funds, T-bills, government bonds, and then cash and cash equivalent. Another type of risk we saw is the liquidity risk. The liquidity risk deals with the ability of Mr. Edu to convert all the things he invested into stocks, all the things he invested into liquid or cash form. So what did we do? We told him to maintain a portion of the portfolio in highly liquid terms like money, so that in case he need anything, he can just go for the money. Now, in conclusion, we told him to invest in mutual fund, treasury bill, treasury bonds, and then a dividend payment company. Mr. Edu will be happy with a portfolio, a well-balanced portfolio created for him. Thank you.
Well done, St. John's Grammar School. Round of applause.
Hello. Good evening, honorable judges. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are investment analysts from the West Africa Senior High School. I'm in the person of Tete Bichi Sejewa, and I'm here with
Gideon Clotty.
Okay, so our topic for today is investing strategy for a dual investment strategy for different people with different risk profiles. So just imagine balancing the funds where investors have different risk profiles. It's just like comparing the fruit of a mango tree falling down and that of a mahogany tree falling down. So in our executive summary, we can see Mr. Edu, who happens to be a 58-year-old man and has 2 children, Kweku and Efia. Now, Mr. Edu is a new investor on the market and has no idea of how to invest in securities. He wants to invest 50,000 Ghana cedis for his children. But in this case, he wants to share it 60-40 for Kweku and Efia respectively. Kweku is a 28-year-old man who happens to be the eldest and has a high risk tolerance. He wants to aim at receiving a higher return and also a rapid growth on his investment in the shortest possible time in order to achieve his goal of getting married. Efia, on the other hand, has a low risk tolerance and also wants to receive a lower return on a long investment so that she can secure a house in the nearby future. These has brought challenges and then problems for Mr. Edu. I'll leave the rest to my co-partner.
Thank you, my co-partner. Okay, moving forward, we'll go straight forward to the problem identification. So with the problems, you identify 2 major problems, and that is One, identifying a suitable investment portfolio that is balanced to align with each and every client's portfolio risk profile. So when you talk about risk profile, it takes into consideration the risk tolerance level and the level of percentage risk an individual is willing to take or commit into. Secondly, we have the allocation of funds into a balanced investment portfolio. So how they are going to allocate the funds for each client in order to suit their investment objectives within the time frame they want to. Okay. So we conducted some market analysis and we focused on the money market, capital market, and also the overall economic outlook. Firstly, considering the money market, the money market has shown a steady returns of the treasury bills ranges with profits of 26% to 27% within the month of October to November 2024. Okay, moving forward to the capital market, in the third quarter of 2024, we showed a 200% share trading in the third quarter of 2024, which we all know that in the capital market, it's a highly organized market that arranges the transactions of securities to be made possible and also ensures the securities of investors. Okay, the overall economic outlook entails the inflation rate. And we know inflation rates in Ghana right now also really affects the economy and also investment plans. You can't invest without taking into consideration inflation or government policies. So we considered inflation as key because inflation rates in 2023 recorded about 30 to 40% with approximations. We said with approximations because we can't bring every point down here because we know most people are really now new to the investment industry. Sharp. Next slide. Okay, the financial analysis. We considered the stock exchange based actually because in the third quarter based on the BNI, which is the Business and Finance Times, which gave us details of the Ghana Stock Exchange, which stood 2 billion as compared to 560 million in 2023. So in this 2024, the Ghana Stock Exchange has increased its investment returns to 2 billion, which in the last previous years was 560 million. Look at this difference. Isn't that good? Sharp. Next slide. Okay, in the alternative solutions, we made some recommendations and we took over to the 60-40 portfolio approach. The 60-40 portfolio approach, what is even this? So the 60-40 portfolio approach explains the reason why we made the allocation 60-40 and which made Kweku to gain a percentage of the 30,000 of the 50,000 Mr. Edu wanted to invest. Okay, so 60% was given to Kweku because he had a higher risk profile and was willing to gain its higher returns within the shortest possible time. And because of the market analysis we conducted, we gave him 60% because within the shortest possible time, since the inflation rate has reduced and money is expected to increase within the shortest possible time, that's why we allowed him to invest in this. Okay, the next slide. Our recommended solutions. So with Kweku, we recommended that he invest in a single mixed portfolio. We recommended 60% of Kweku's fund into growing stocks like MTN Ghana, as we showed in the earlier data already when we introduced the market analysis. Okay, with Efia2, we mentioned that she should invest 60% in fixed deposits since she has a low risk profile, as we already explained earlier. Next slide. Our implementation plan. Firstly, we decided to open separate accounts for these two people. The reason backing this is because they have different risk profiles. So we can't give the same objectives and also plans to individuals who have different investment objectives because it won't be good for them. Second, we move on to funds should be allocated as outlined. Funds should be allocated as outlined because when they are allocated in this way, it's really going to suit the objectives of the investors. Okay, good. Let's continue. So the risk management. In mitigating these kinds of risks associated with short-term investment and also long-term investment and also to suit their investment objectives. One, we consider diversification. And diversification simply means spreading risks between different asset classes. Second of all, we have the risk balancing. The risk balancing is, even though you've considered your risk tolerance level to be high, you have to balance your risk with a high risk investment and also consider something lower. Right? That's why we went forward to the 60-40 approach. Hope it's understood. Sharp. Let's continue. So I'll leave on to my partner to continue with the conclusion.
So we can conclude that separate accounts should be opened for both Ifia and then Kweku. And also, Mr. Edu should invest in securities like the government's bonds and then treasury bills and also mutual funds. And also, he should invest in the fixed deposits for Ifia and then Kweku, respectively. This is to help them to achieve their goals. Thank you.
Please, you want to say something before we leave? Though we mentioned some companies in our statements or in our slides, it was just for educational purposes, but you can't just, maybe you've heard us saying it because you are trusting us based on the data given. But if you want to invest in any of these companies like MTL, which you mentioned, please first seek an investment broker. Thank you.
Thank you for that word of advice. West Africa Senior High School. Thank you. Well done. We wait for our score masters or judges to give us the scores for the presentations. Before then, we would want to make a little correction for the scores in round 1. There was a bonus deduction against St. John's, which was wrongly done, and that has been corrected by the score master. And so per the revised results for round 1, we have West Africa Senior High with 8.5 points, as announced earlier. Our Lady of Mercy with 11 points, Adontin with 10.5 points, and then St. John's Grammar with 12.5 points instead of 11.5 points announced earlier. Thank you. As we wait for our judges to give us the scores for the presentations, I will proceed to give the rules for round 4. For round 4, we are going to read some statements to you. It could be on contract law, it could be on economics, on finance and investments. And we expect you to give a straightforward true or false answer within 5 seconds. You have the right to decline to answer the question, because there will be a penalty for a wrong answer. If you answer wrongly, -1. If you get it correct, +2. If a school declines, the question will be available for a bonus. You ring your bell, you'll be called to respond. The same condition applied. If you get it correct, +2. If you get it wrong, -1. Okay. Our judges, do we have the final scores ready? Okay. From the judges, the presentation scores were 13 across board. So all schools had 13. Let's give it up to our schools for that wonderful performance. So in this case, I do not know how the 500 Ghana Cedi award for the highest score for the presentation would be handled. It will be shared across board. Okay. So all schools receive 125 Ghana Cedis from that award. At the end of round 3, Our Lady of Mercy has 33 points. Let's give it up to them for that wonderful performance. Adontin Senior High, 32.5 points. West Africa Senior High, 33.5 points. And St. John's Grammar School, 34.5 points. So we have a very keen contest, and the remaining rounds can make a very big difference. Round 4. Starting with Adontin Senior High School. A positive GDP growth rate means that an economy is in a recession.
The answer is false. Sir, it's false.
And that is true. That is correct for 2 points. Sorry, that is correct for 2 points. Correct for 2 points. Next, Our Lady of Mercy Senior High School. In the business cycle, each phase, that is the expansion, the peak, contraction, and the trough, is experienced for the same duration.
False.
And that is correct for 2 points for Our Lady of Mercy Senior High School. Next, St. John's Grammar School. High property values and rising consumer debts can both occur in the same phase of the business cycle.
False.
I'm sorry. -1. -1. -1 for St. John's Grammar School. When property values are rising, mortgages also go up and consumer debts as a result may increase. West Africa Senior High. If an economy is well managed, it can avoid the contraction phase of the business cycle indefinitely.
True.
I'm sorry, that is false. -1. -1 for West Africa Senior High School. Whether an economy is managed well or not, the business cycle is a natural consequence, right? Next round of questions. Starting from Adontin. Members have the right to inspect a company's records on the debentures, mortgages, and charges. We mean shareholders, when we say members. Shareholders have the right to inspect a company's records on the debentures, mortgages, and charges.
The answer is true.
The answer is true. They are key stakeholders and they have the right to inspect company information. 2 points for Adontin Senior High School. Next question to Our Lady of Mercy Senior High. A proxy does not have the same rights as the shareholder to speak at the annual general meeting of a publicly limited liability company.
False.
And the answer is false. +2 for Our Lady of Mercy Senior High. A proxy has the same voting rights as a shareholder. Next, St. John's Grammar School. St. John's Grammar School. Directors could be appointed by a company's constitution based on the class of shareholders, debenture holders, or other criteria.
False.
The answer is correct. -1. -1 for St. John's Grammar School. Next, West Africa Senior High. Please, can we have some silence in the room? A company is liable for acts of its managing director only if the acts are authorized by the company's constitution.
True.
I'm sorry, that is false. -1 for West Africa Senior High. The company may be liable even when the actions of the managing director are not consistent with the constitutions of the company. Right? Okay. Next set of questions. First, going to Adontin Senior High School. Demand pool inflation is mainly caused by a rapid increase in consumer demand without a corresponding increase in supply.
The answer is true.
And the answer is true for 2 points. Our Lady of Mercy Senior High. Monopoly power could lead to demand pool inflation as firms raise prices to meet their profit goals.
False.
False, and that is correct for 2 points. Firms with monopolistic control reduce supply to artificially create shortages and then raise the price. And that is not demand pool inflation. Next question to St. John's Grammar School. If the cedi depreciates, it could cause cost push inflation in Ghana due to higher import prices.
True.
And that is correct for 2 points for St. John's Grammar School. A depreciating cedi increases their cost of imports, and for firms that use imported factor of production, that increases their cost of production, which could result in cost push inflation. Next to West African Senior High. Wage inflation is a form of demand pool inflation because it increases consumer spending.
True.
I'm sorry, that is false. Right? Labor is one of the factors of production, right? So if there is an increase in the price of a factor, that causes an increase in the cost of production. That is a cost push inflation. Is that okay? Okay. The next set of questions, starting with Adontin. When the price of a commodity is below the equilibrium level, there is an excess supply or surplus in the markets.
The answer is false.
The answer is false, and that is correct for 2 points. When the price is set below the equilibrium, consumers are happy, so they demand more. Suppliers are sad. At a lower price, less is supplied. And all things being equal, there is shortage on the market, not a surplus. Next question to Our Lady of Mercy Senior High. Price elasticity of demand measures how responsive the quantity demanded is to changes in the price of a commodity, regardless of the other factors.
True.
And that is correct for 2 points. St. John's Grammar School. If a commodity has many close substitutes, its demand is more likely to be elastic.
False.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is true. -1, St. John's Grammar School. Please carry out some silence. If a commodity has closed substitutes, consumers have options. And so once you increase price slightly, they switch to alternative providers, right? And so the response to changes in price is usually greater. And in that case, we have an elastic demand. Next question to West Africa Senior High. Income elasticity of demand is always positive for all goods.
False.
And that is correct for 2 points. Income elasticity of demand is negative for inferior goods. For inferior goods, as income increases, consumers are well off and they will buy less of inferior goods. So income elasticity of demand for inferior goods is negative. The last round of questions for this round. First, going to Adontin Senior High. Under Ghana's Contract Act, any modification of a contract by one party without the express agreement of the other party is considered a counter offer and does not maintain the terms of the original offer.
The answer is true.
And that is true. Next question, please carry out some silence in the room. Next question, Our Lady of Mercy Senior High School. An agreement labeled subject to contract is immediately enforceable as a contract, even if the formal document has not been finalized.
False.
False. And that is correct for 2 points. Next, St. John's Grammar School. For contracts involving corporate bodies, agreements must generally adhere to formal legal procedures such as passing resolutions, or they may be invalid.
True.
And that is correct for 2 points. And the last question in this round of questions going to West Africa Senior High. In cases of implied terms, the courts do not attempt to interpret meanings that would be considered reasonable in the business context of the contract.
False.
And that is correct for 2 points. And that brings us to the end of round 4. Let's start from Adontin. Your expectation. How has it been?
In God we trust.
In God we trust. Indeed. In God we trust. Our Lady of Mercy Senior High School. How has it gone for you so far?
Mary,
please let's have some silence in the room.
Mary is interceding for us.
Mary is interceding for you. May Mary intercede for you. St. John's Grammar School.
May the best school win.
May the best school wins. West Africa Senior High.
All hopes on God.
All hopes are not lost. All hope is not lost. And at the end of round 4, St. John's Grammar School has 35.5 points. West Africa Senior High, 34.5 points. Adontin, 42.5 points. And Our Lady of Mercy, 43 points. Okay, I'm told the school wants to effect a change. West Africa Senior High. The change is no more coming. Okay. The change is not coming. Any school wants to effect a change before the Riddles? Okay, so we have the green light to proceed. Riddles, the last round. 20 points up for grabbing, and that can make a lot of difference. We are going to read some statements to you on key concepts on investments, finance, economics, contract law. 5 main statements will be read on each concept. If you get a concept right up on the first clue, 5 points. Second clue, 4 points. From the third clue or any other clue, 3 points. Once your bell goes, you are called, and you get the answer wrong, you are out. We'll continue with the other clues for the benefit of the other schools. West Africa Senior High, let's hear your bell. Good. Please note the sound of the bells. St. John's Grammar School, let's hear your bell. Our Lady of Mercy, let's hear your bell. Adontin Senior High, let's hear your bell. Okay. Ready, let's go. Riddle 1. I am the underlying reasoning or strategic thinking that justifies a business. My purpose is to assess whether a potential investment aligns with the investor's goals, considering factors like risk, return, and market conditions. I often include analyzing the expected return on investment, potential risk, and how the investment fits within a broader portfolio. Investors use me to decide whether a venture is worth pursuing by considering economic indicators, industry trends, and competitive positioning. I serve as a foundation for informed decision making, aiming to maximize returns whilst managing exposure to potential losses. Who am I? I see 2, right? Our Lady of Mercy.
Strategic decision.
I'm sorry, that is not correct. I see 4. Sorry. 3 went first, right? We all agree that 3 went first. Okay, 3.
Risk management.
I'm sorry, that is not correct.
Optimal capital decision.
I'm sorry, that is not correct. I don't think.
Diversification.
I'm sorry, that is not correct. The correct answer is investment rationale. The fact that investors would always seek to minimize risks and to maximize returns, taking into consideration all factors or information available to them. Next riddle. I am a measure of the performance of the Ghana Stock Exchange. St. John's Grammar School.
The Ghana Stock Exchange Composite Index.
The Ghana Stock Exchange Composite Index or all-share index. First clue, 5 points. First clue, 5 points. To St. John's Grammar School. Next riddle. Are you ready? Let's go. Okay. I am a collection of investments held by an investment company. St. John's Grammar School.
You are a portfolio.
A portfolio is right. First clue, 5 points. First clue, 5 points. Please, let's have some silence in the room. First clue, 5 points. 2 more riddles to go. Oh, Okay, the first one was wrong. So one more. So that was the third riddle. Okay. The last riddle. Are you ready? Okay. Let's go. I am a key component in Ghana's. Yes?
Risk.
I'm sorry, that is not correct. Okay. So St. John's is out. I'll continue for the other schools. I am a key component of Ghana's financial architecture. I am an organization that was established as part of the vision embodied in Ghana's. I see one. One. Yes?
Security and Exchange Commission.
I'm sorry, that is not correct. I'll continue. Please, let's have some silence in the room. I'll continue for the benefit of Our Lady of Mercy and West Africa Senior High. I was established as part of the vision embodied in Ghana's financial sector strategic plan to attract investments into the Ghanaian economy. I see two.
Ghana Alternative Market.
I'm sorry, that is not correct. I'll continue for the benefit of West Africa Senior High. Please, let's have some silence in the room. I have a system that ensures delivery versus payment, where securities and funds are settled simultaneously.
We have the clearing and settlement system.
I'm sorry, that is not correct. Please. Quiet. Please, let's have some silence in the room. And to West Africa Senior High, please, let's have some silence in the room. You had no point taking that risk. I was already on the third clue. You are the only school remaining. Why not wait for me to finish with the clue? Okay. So you are all out. I'll continue for the audience. I have a system that ensures delivery versus payment, where securities and funds are settled simultaneously. Under the same system, there is a total elimination of risks, such as the loss, mutilation, and theft of certificates associated with holding and trading of paper-based securities. Who am I?
You are the CEO.
Who am I?
You are the CSD.
Okay, so the correct answer is CSD. Central Securities Depository. If you had waited, you probably have gotten it. And that brings us to the end of the contest. Let's give it up to our contestants for that wonderful performance. Okay. Please, let's have some silence in the room as we wait for the final scores. Adontin, how has it gone?
In God we trust.
Our Lady of Mercy, how has it gone? Our Lady of Mercy, how has it gone?
Our Lady of Mercy has raised us high to reach beyond the skies.
There.
Our Lady of has raised us high to reach beyond the skies.
Okay. St. John's Grammar School. St. John's, how has it gone? How has it been?
To be honest with you, it has been very good, and then all the schools around us, they've gained my respect because this was a very competitive,
a very keen contest. West Africa Senior High, how has it been?
It's been great.
It's been
great. We've got to experience how to really, compete with top.
Okay, it's been a competitive contest. Please, the final scores. At the end of the contest, West Africa Senior High had 34.5 points. Adontin Senior High 42.5 points. Our Lady of Mercy 43 points. And St. John's Grammar School 45.5 points. And so Our Lady of Mercy and St. John's Grammar School have qualified to the semi-finals of the competition. Congrats, St. John's Grammar School. Congrats, Our Lady of Mercy Senior High. To Adontin and West Africa Senior High, we say better luck next time. Let's give it up to them for that wonderful performance as they exit backstage. St. John's Grammar School, please come for the presentation. St. John's Grammar School.
We are ready for this contest. We are runs here, and every contest, every battle, we get ready before we get inside.
With extra improvement or training that we have done today, they should watch out because the diamonds are coming.
I mean, with God by our side, anything is possible. So we'll see.
Imagine this. You expanding your business and all of a sudden it comes crumbling down because you didn't have knowledge of how to expand your business in the right way. This is a problem Amanda is facing.
We can see that as the business expands and expands more, Amanda will employ more. So who knows that maybe the one sitting next to you will be the one that Amanda will employ.
You are all Amandas today. Whether you were born a man or a woman, today you are all Amanda. We are going to be presenting our business plan. Amanda is considering 4 key things.
The journey to victory begins and it promises to be unforgettable. Welcome to National Investments Quiz Competition 2024 Prelims Day 1, and you are watching it on Ghana's official high school TV channel, High School Plug TV. Who will rise? Who will surprise? And who will shine the brightest? Well, let's find out.
Commercial paper is an unsecured debt instrument, usually with a maturity less than 1 year.
That is correct for 3 points. Let's go. I describe a market structure.
The capital structure.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is not correct. I describe a market structure dominated by a small number of large firms. Wesley, girls.
Oligopoly.
Oligopoly! That is correct. Wesley Girls High School had 49 points, and I have the privilege to declare Wesley Girls High School per the scores as the winner of this particular contest. Thank you very much, audience. Thank you, our contesting schools, for your attention. My name is Dr. Paula Piakunedu, and I have been your quiz master for this particular session. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
My girls, how are you feeling after the victory? How is it?
We are very happy. Yes, very, very happy.
You've qualified for the next round. What should we expect?
We still expect that the best school will win. We will still do our best to win.
We are ready for this contest. We are runs here, and every contest, every battle, we get ready before we get inside.
With extra improvement or training that we have done today, they should watch out because the diamonds are coming.
I mean, with God by our side, anything is possible. So we'll see.
Imagine this, you expanding your business and all of a sudden it comes crumbling down because you didn't have knowledge of how to expand your business in the right way. This is a problem Amanda is facing.
We can see that as the business expands and expands more, Amanda will employ more. So who knows that maybe the one sitting next to you will be the one that Amanda will employ.
You are all Amandas today. Whether you were born a man or a woman, today you are all Amanda. We are going to be presenting our business plan. Amanda is considering 4 key things.
The journey to victory begins and it promises to be unforgettable. Welcome to National Investments Quiz Competition 2024 Prelims Day 1, and you are watching it on Ghana's official high school TV channel, High School Plug TV. Who will rise? Who will surprise? And who will shine the brightest? Well, let's find out.
Commercial paper is an unsecured debt instrument, usually with a maturity less than 1 year.
That is correct for 3 points. Let's go. I describe a market structure.
The capital structure.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is not correct. I describe a market structure dominated by a small number of large firms. Wesley, girls.
Oligopoly.
Oligopoly! That is correct. Wesley Girls High School had 49 points, and I have the privilege to declare Wesley Girls High School per the scores as the winner of this particular contest. Thank you very much, audience. Thank you, our contesting schools, for your attention. My name is Dr. Paula Piakunedu, and I have been your quiz master for this particular session. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
My girls, how are you feeling after the victory? How is it?
We are very happy. Yes, very, very happy.
You've qualified for the next round. What should we expect?
We still expect that the best will win. We will still do our best to win.
We are ready for this contest. We are rants here, and every contest, every battle, we get ready before we get inside.
With extra improvements or training that we have done today, they should watch out because the diamonds are coming.
I mean, with God by our side, anything is possible. So we'll see.
Imagine this, you expanding your business and all of a sudden it comes crumbling down because you didn't have knowledge of how to expand your business in the right way. This is a problem Amanda is facing.
We can see that as the business expands and expands more, Amanda will employ more. So who knows that maybe the one sitting next to you will be the one that Amanda will employ.
You are all Amandas today. Whether you were born a man or a woman, today you are all Amanda. We are going to be presenting our business plan. Amanda is considering 4 key things.
The journey to victory begins and it promises to be unforgettable. Welcome to National Investments Quiz Competition 2024 Prelims Day 1, and you are watching it on Ghana's official high school TV channel, High School Plug TV. Who will rise? Who will surprise? And who will shine the brightest? Well, let's find out.
Commercial paper is an unsecured debt instrument, usually with a maturity less than 1 year.
That is correct for 3 points. Let's go. I describe a market structure.
The capital structure.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is not correct. I describe a market structure dominated by a small number of large firms. Wesley Girls
Oligopoly.
Oligopoly! That is correct. Wesley Girls High School had 49 points, and I have the privilege to declare Wesley Girls High School per the scores as the winner of this particular contest. Thank you very much, audience. Thank you, our contesting schools, for your attention. My name is Dr. Paula Piakunedu, and I have been your quiz master for this particular session. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
My girls, how are you feeling after the victory? How is it?
We are very happy. Yes, very, very happy.
You've qualified for the next round. What should we expect?
We still expect that the best will win. We will still do our best to win.
As the winners of the National Investment Quiz 2024 at the end of the first contest is Wesley Girls High School. My girls, how are you feeling after the victory? How is it?
We are very happy. Yes, very, very happy.
What about you? What are you saying?
Yes, I was very excited.
Which parts of the rounds or which round did you see it very tough and difficult for you?
Honestly, it was round 2, but we did our best by the grace of God.
You've qualified for the next round. What should we expect?
We still expect that the best will win. We will still do our best to win.
What are you telling the next people that you're meeting in the next round, the next schools? What are you telling them?
May the best school win.
All right, thank you so much, girls, and I hope you win your next contest too.
I'll be starting from my right. So when I call the name of your school, you kindly stand up and you sing your national anthem. Then your participants walk up stage. Sorry, your school anthem. Thank you. So the first school is Prempeh College. So one of you can come for the microphone.
Arise and shine, students of Prempeh College, training love for truth and excellence, to build in us our masculine pride, our motto imbues in us the love of God. Arise and shine, students of Prempeh College, training love for truth and excellence, to build in us our masculine pride, our motto imbues in us the love of God. To serve our nation, clean and strong, to serve our nation, clean and strong. So by name, it reigns. Character and integrity, 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 character and integrity. Amanfo, raise your voices loud, raise your voices loud, and sing, Floria's Prempeh College, and sing, Floria's Prempeh College.
Thank you so much. So your participants can now walk up the stage. Kindly give them a round of applause. Thank you. So the next school is St. John's School. So you stand up and do the same as they did. Okay. Please come on stage, everyone. So where's the girls? Kindly be on standby. So when they finish, you just come.
St. John's, preparing the way of service to the Lord and Mother Ghana. Teach us your children to use our talent wisely, to develop them to perfection. In our studies, give us wisdom. In sports, good health and joy. in our daily lives. Give us discipline and respect for all our lives. St. John's beloved apostles, be our guide. Viam Paranti.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, St. John's School. So, Wesley girls.
Yeah, singing together. Yeah, singing together. So, 1, 2, 3, go. We build a school on thee, O Lord, so thee we bring our common need. The loving heart, the helpful word, the tender thought and kindly deed. With this we pray thy spirit, enrich and bless us full glory.
Thank you. Why are participants, please? Okay, sure. You can come. St. Louis.
O Saint Uno, we shall be one. Deliver the will of God, setting the paces a hallmark. I am proud to be in St. Louis Senior High School. O Saint Uno, we shall be one. Deliver the will of God, setting the paces a hallmark. I am proud to be in St. Louis Senior High School. The integrity of the nation depends on its prosperity, depends on us. St. Louis the pacer test the primus inter pares. We shall always be the first among immortals. The integrity of the nation depends on its prosperity, depends on us. St. Louis the pacer test the primus inter pares. We shall always be the first among equals.
Thank you so much, St. Louis. So from here, we'll begin the competition, and I'll urge you all to give them the moral support they need, because you're not large in number, and your support can make a difference. So tonight, our quiz master is in the person of Dr. Paul, and he is the person who is going to take us through this quiz session. So I hand over to him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to the last contest of our series of quarter-final contests for the 2024 National Investment Quiz, involving St. Louis Senior High School, Wesley Girls High School, St. John's High School, and Prempeh College. Before we start, we want to know reps for the respective schools. So starting from St. Louis Senior High School, please introduce yourselves and tell us your expectation for the competition. Technical staff, please. The microphone for St. Louis, I think, have issues. Please try again.
Hello. Okay. I'm in a safari Dapuan, and all I expect is the best from us. And hopefully God will help us.
Okay, the best from St. Louis Senior High. Let's give it up to her. Yes, next.
I go by the name Anatsima Asari, and may the best school win.
May the best school win. Next, Wesley Girls High School.
Please, I am Mary Jane.
And I'm Nanaya Chua Uswansa. And our expectation is that we'll win today's contest, hopefully.
Amen. Okay, I think every school expects to win, right? And amen to that. May all of you win. St. John's School.
I'm the person of Roland Yakubu, and my expectation is victory.
Victory and nothing else.
I'm in the person of Kwanzaa Bright Koyo.
Yes.
And the battle is still the Lord.
The battle indeed is still the Lord's. Next, Prempeh College.
I am Ouswan Anekweju.
Andrew Asari.
Andrew Asari, your expectation for the competition?
We are expecting the will of the Lord to be done.
The will of the Lord to prevail, and indeed the will of the Lord will prevail. Let's get up to our reps for those wonderful submissions. For the rules, we are going to have 5 main rounds. Round 1 will be general knowledge on investments, on capital markets, and we may also have questions on contract law. You have 10 seconds to respond to your major question, after which it will pass on to other schools as a bonus. Round 2, we will read some cases to you, and you'll be expected to pick out the correct option. There wouldn't be any bonus for round 2. Round 3 will be the presentation of the cases that you have worked on. Round 4 will be true or false. Read out some statements to you, and you have to pick out or respond with the true or false. The last round will be riddles. Without wasting much time, we'll start with round 1. Prempeh College. I'm going to define some key concepts in investments, and you tell me the concept that has been defined. Only two submissions. So you can make 2 submissions. Once you exhaust that, that is it. We will pass on to the other schools as a bonus. Prempeh College. The risk of loss resulting from investments or trade made in currencies other than the local currency of the investor or business is referred to as
Foreign exchange risk.
Foreign exchange risk, and that is correct for 3 points. Next to St. John's School. A professional who makes investment decisions and selects the individual securities, stocks, bonds, or any other security to implement a specific investment mandate, such as large capital growth, is referred to as
Fund manager.
Fund manager or investment manager. That is correct for 3 points for St. John's School. Wesley Girls High School. The excess return over a risk-free asset which investors require as compensation for the higher risk associated with holding an asset like equity is referred to as
pure rate of return.
You have one more chance. I'm sorry, you have been bailed out. A bonus. Please, if you are ready, ring your bell. If you get it wrong, -1. Okay, no one is willing to take the risk. The correct answer is risk premium. Risk premium. Okay. Next, St. John's Senior. Sorry, St. Louis. Risk, which applies to the whole market or market segment, as opposed to risk associated with any one individual security, is referred to as
market risk.
Market risk or systematic risk. That is correct for 3 points. Next round of questions, and the same preamble goes to all schools, so please take notes. There are 4 types of contract law that binds a minor. There are 4 types of contract law, or 4 situations in which a contract binds a minor. You are to state and explain one each, starting from Prempeh College.
There is contract for necessaries, and this contract is binding because the minor needs these things to sustain his or her life, such as food, clothing, and shelter.
That is very correct for 3 points for Prempeh College. Next, St. John's School. Next, Wesley Girls High School.
Contract for education and apprenticeship under services. So a minor would have to go through education and apprenticeship to better him or herself.
Okay, I'll give that for 3 points. Beneficial contracts of service such as education, entrepreneurship, and the like. Next, St. Louis Senior High School.
To continue obligation. A minor can enter into a contract to continue an obligation, maybe in education, apprenticeship, and the personal things needed for the minor.
I'm sorry, I'm not taking that. Right? You are trying to veer into contracts for necessaries, which had already been explained by Prempeh College. Okay, so we move on to the 3rd round of questions. The same preamble goes to all schools. Please listen carefully. The Ghana Alternative Markets, otherwise known as GAS, is a para market operated by the Ghana Stock Exchange. It focuses on businesses with potential for growth. The GAS accommodates companies at various stages of their development, including startups and existing enterprises, both small and medium. States 1 key listing requirements of the Ghana Alternative Markets. Starting from Prempeh College.
The company must have existed for a year, and the company need not have attained profits but potential for growth.
That is very correct for 3 points for Prempeh College. Next, St. John's School.
The company must meet the requirement that is needed for it to be listed on the company on the Ghana Alternative Market.
I'm sorry, I'm not taking that. Where's the girls?
The company should state its 3 years plans. So it should state what is going to happen in the next 3 years.
That is very correct for 3 points. The company must submit its 3-year business plan. Next, St. Louis Senior High.
The company must have a minimum capital of 250,000 Ghana cedis.
Okay, the company must provide a minimum stated capital. That is very correct for 3 points. Next question. The same preamble goes to all schools. State and explain one characteristic each of a monopolistic competitive market. Starting with Prempeh College. State and explain.
The monopolistic markets, they produce similar but differentiated goods, and this is because they have similar goods. Each company brands its products in a unique way so that it can have an advantage over its own products to set the price. So a company has monopoly over only its products.
I'll give that to you for 3 points. St. John's School.
One characteristic of a monopolistic competition is that it has a free entry. Free entry and exit in the market. This is when a company is not hindered by barriers from entering the market or exiting the market.
The explanation, I think, is not complete, so I'll give you 1.5 out of 3. Okay, next, Wesley Girls.
So a monopolistic competitor is a price maker since it obtains monopoly through product differentiation. So it's able to adjust quantity and also make price for its product.
Yes, come again.
The monopolistic competitor is a price maker of its product.
Okay.
Because of product differentiation, it's able to obtain monopoly. So because of product differentiation, he is able to obtain monopoly of its own goods, making it have power to determine the price of his goods and services.
Okay, I'll take that for 3 points. Next, St. Louis Senior High.
It has a large number of small firms. They include fast food joints, beauty spas. Yes.
Please come again.
It has a large number of small firms.
I think
include fast food restaurants, beauty spas.
I'll give you 1 out of 3. It has many firms competing. There is a presence of many companies, right? Each of them producing similar but differentiated products. But if you say small firms, then it means probably there are no large firms in the market. Is that okay? So I'll give you 1 out of 3 for your efforts. Okay. The last round of questions for this particular round. First question going to Prem Pekalich. What is an investment prospectus?
An investment prospectus is an official document which public companies require to publish, and it requires public companies to publish this document when it wants to list its shares or when it wants to float its shares to the public, and it contains information which will help investors to make informed decisions about whether or not to invest in the company.
I'll give you 2 out of 3 for that effort. It's a formal document. Publicly limited companies or publicly listed companies are required by law to file with the Securities and Exchange Commission, right? You didn't mention that, but that provides details about an investment offering to the public. Okay. Next to St. John's. St. John's. What is an investment portfolio?
A range of investment portfolios are a range of securities.
So it can be defined as a basket of a number of securities which is being managed by a fund manager or yeah.
I'll give that to you for 3 points. Okay, next, Wesley Girls High School. What is market capitalization?
So market capitalization is refers to the act of bringing or calculating for the goods and services you have, as in Market capitalization is the act of bringing the securities or knowing the average prices of securities you have.
I will not take that. Available for a bonus. I see 4. Right? Okay, St. Louis.
Market capitalization refers to the total value of securities held by a company. It is calculated by the price of the security times the number of shares held.
That is correct for 1 point. For St. Louis Senior High. Okay. The value of a company is determined by multiplying the number of outstanding shares by the current price for the share. Your main question. What is investment risk management?
Investment risk management refers to the measures that are put in place by portfolio managers or investors to mitigate risk or minimize their risk. They include hedging. Yeah.
Okay, I'll give that to you for 3 points. And that brings us to the end of round 1. Let me start from you, St. Louis Senior High. How has it been so far?
In God we trust.
In God we trust. Wesley Girls High School. How has it gone so far?
It has been good by the grace of God.
It has been good indeed by the grace of God. St. John's School.
The battle is still the Lord.
The battle is still the Lord's. Prempeh College.
With Christ in the vessel, we will surely smile at the storm.
With Christ in the vessel, Prempeh will surely smile at the end of the journey. And at the end of round 1, St. John's School had 7.5 points. Wesley Girls 9 points. St. Louis 11 points. And Prempeh College 14 points. Without wasting time, we move to round 2. We are going to read cases to you, after which you'll be provided with 4 options. Choose the correct option. Only 1 attempt. No bonuses for this round. First question going to Prempeh College. Alpha Industries. Observe that competitors quickly match any price reduction it makes in its products, creating a stable price level across the industry. Although new firms attempt to enter, they struggle due to high initial costs and industry regulations. Which market structure does this situation describe? A. Perfect competition. B. Monopolistic competition. C. Oligopoly. D. Monopoly.
Monopoly.
I'm sorry, that is not correct. Once there is a leader and a follower, we have an oligopoly market, right? Monopoly is alone, so nobody is following. Once people are trying to match up to price set by a leader, we have an oligopoly market. Next, to St. John's Grammar School. St. John's School, sorry. Metro Transport Limited is a bus company that operates within a fixed route in a region with minimal alternatives for commuters. Recent fare increases have left passengers with no choice but to pay, as private transportation is costly. What type of market structure does this represent? A. Perfect competition. B. Monopoly. C. Oligopoly. D. Monopolistic competition.
B.
And that is correct for 3 points for St. John's School. Next to Wesley Girls High School. A national tax hike on food imports causes Golden Harvest Foods to raise its prices by 20% to cover the additional cost. Despite reduced purchasing power, consumers continue to buy these essentials. The finance minister claims this inflation will adjust on its own. Which economic factor is most likely being overlooked by the minister? A. Demand will decrease as prices stabilize. B. Food inflation has limited impact on overall inflation. C. Inelastic demand for food may lead to sustained inflationary effects. D. Demand for imports will decrease sharply.
C.
And C is correct for 3 points. Food is a necessity and therefore has an inelastic demand. Next question to St. Louis Senior High. Brightline Telecom Limited, along with 3 other firms, dominates the telecom sector in its country. If Brightline raises data prices, competitors often follow shortly afterward. New competitors face barriers like high costs and regulatory approvals. Which market structure is Brightline Telecom Limited most likely operating in? A. Perfect competition. B. Monopoly. C. Oligopoly. D. Monopolistic competition.
C. Oligopoly.
C. Oligopoly, and that is correct for 3 points. Next question to Prempeh College. Solar Farms Incorporation expanded its energy production, anticipating high demand. The government, however, introduced subsidies for traditional energy providers, lowering the demand for solar energy. As a result, Solar Farms Incorporation lowered its rates to stay competitive in the green energy market. Which economic phenomenon is likely at play here? A. Monopoly pricing. B. Demand-side substitution effects. C. Supply-side inflation. D. Cost-push inflation.
Demand-side substitution effects.
And that is correct for 3 points for Prempeh College. St. John's School. Fresh Mart Limited operates a chain of grocery stores with unique product lines, branding, and store layouts. The stores compete by offering promotions, unique brands, and targeted advertising to attract customers in a competitive grocery market where new stores frequently open. What market structure does this resemble? A. Monopolistic competition. B. Perfect competition. C. Oligopoly. D. Monopoly.
A.
A. Monopolistic competition, and that is correct for 3 points. Next question going to Wesley Girls High School. Global Tech contacted RoboWorks to purchase Mark 5 robots, thinking they were buying the latest model. RoboWorks sold them Mark 5 robots, which was actually their previous year's model. Knowing Global Tech thought they were getting the newer version, this situation represents what type of mistake? A. Unilateral mistake. B. Common mistake. C. Cross-purpose mistake. D. Mutual mistake.
Common mistake.
I'm sorry, that is unilateral mistake. Next to St. Louis. A tobacco company auctioned off company cars, unaware that one particular vehicle had recently received a complete engine replacement that significantly increased its value. The winning bidder refused to pay extra for the new engine. Based on the Adair vs. Pioneer Tobacco Company Limited case, what will be the legal outcome? A. Buyer must pay extra for the engine. B. Contract is void for misrepresentation. C. Contract is void due to fundamental mistake. D. Contract remains valid at auction price.
C.
And that is correct for 3 points. Next to St. Louis. Bernard's son was wrongfully arrested by police officers working with his creditor. While in custody, Bernard agreed to sell his house at a below market price to clear his debt. Based on the Hermans vs. Kofi case, what will be the legal position? A. Contract is valid but compensation required. B. Contract is voidable at Bernard's option. C. Contract is void due to duress. D. Contract is valid but police officers are liable. It's Premper's question, right? Okay.
Contract is voidable at. Contract is voidable. B.
At Bernard's option.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, that is not correct. Contract is void due to duress is the correct answer. Next question going to St. John's. A prominent businessman used his position as a trusted mentor to convince his young protege to sell a successful startup to him at a fraction of its value. The protege looked up to him and didn't want to disappoint him. This situation best represents A. Undue influence. B. Duress. C. Mistake. D. Unconscionability.
A.
A. Undue influence, and that is correct for 3 points to St. John's. Next question going to Wesley Girls High School. A software company has nearly completed a custom project for a client. When the client suddenly announces they no longer want the software and won't pay, the company has already incurred significant development costs. Based on the text discussion of non-performance, what is the legal position? A. Client is fully discharged from payment. B. Contract is automatically void. C. Client must pay for substantial performance. D. Company must complete the project first.
C.
C. Client must pay for substantial performance. And that is correct for 3 points. Next question going to St. Louis Senior High. Fast Shape Couriers contract states that maximum compensation for lost packages is $100. Regardless of actual value, they lose a customer's package worth $4,000. The customer sues for full value. What is the likely outcome? A. The customer receives the full compensation of $4,000. B. The liability limiting clause may be valid if reasonable and clearly communicated. C. The customer must accept the $100 without question. D. The clause is automatically void.
C.
C. And C says customers must accept the $100 without question. I'm sorry, that is not correct. The correct answer is B. The liability limiting clause may be valid if reasonable and clearly communicated. Next set of questions starting from Prempeh College. Linda, a jewelry collector, offers to sell her necklace to Sarah for $500. Sarah sends Linda a letter stating, "If I don't respond by Thursday, consider it a deal." Linda interprets this as acceptance, but Thursday passes without further communication. Linda sells the necklace to another buyer, and Sarah sues for breach of contract, arguing her silence constituted acceptance. What is the most accurate assessment of this situation? A. Sarah's silence constitutes valid acceptance. B. A contract was formed the moment Sarah received the offer. C. Sarah's silence does not constitute acceptance, as acceptance must be a clear expression of intent. D. Linda breached the contract by selling the necklace to another buyer.
C.
C is correct for 3 points to Prempeh College. Next, St. John's School. Michael and Ben are negotiating the sale of a car. Ben offers to sell the car for $5,000, but Michael counter offers at $4,500. Ben declines the counter offer. The next day, Michael tries to accept the original offer of $5,000, but Ben has already decided not to sell the car anymore. Michael claims a contract was formed based on the initial offer. What is the correct legal interpretation here? A. Michael's counter offer created a binding obligation. B. Ben is legally obligated to honor the $5,000 offer. C. Michael's counter offer cancelled the original offer, so Ben was under no obligation to sell at $5,000. D. A contract was automatically formed with the original terms once Michael agreed.
C.
And that is correct for 3 points to St. John's School. Wesley girls. Sarah and Theo exchange emails regarding Theo's offer to sell his real painting. Theo's last email states, "I'll sell it to you for $1,200 subject to contract." Sarah agrees and immediately wires the payment. Theo later refuses, stating no formal contract was signed. Sarah sues, claiming the email exchange created a binding agreement. What is the most accurate analysis of this case? A. The subject to contract phrase means the agreement is not binding until a formal contract is signed. B. Sarah's payment constitutes final acceptance. C. Theo's email created an enforceable contract without the need for a formal agreement. D. Sarah's agreement to the terms of the email automatically created a contract.
C.
And I'm sorry, C says Theo's email created an enforceable contract without the need for a formal agreement. That is not correct. The correct answer is A. The subject to contract phrase means the agreement is not binding until a formal contract is signed. Next question to St. Louis Senior High. Mr. Owen, a property owner, sends a letter offering to sell his land to Liam and requests a response by post. Due to a mail delay, Liam's acceptance letter reaches Mr. Owen 3 days late. Meanwhile, Owen sells the land to another buyer. Liam claims a breach of contract, arguing his letter was a timely acceptance. What is the best legal explanation? A. The acceptance took effect when Liam posted it, so Owen's sale to another party breached the contract. B. Acceptance is only valid once received, so no contract was formed. C. Owen had a right to revoke his offer without informing Liam. D, the email delay voided the offer?
A.
And that is correct for 3 points to St. Louis Senior High School. Next round of questions, starting with Prempeh College. A Ghanaian company seeking to expand its board appoints a foreign-based executive as a second director, in addition to a local director. Upon a routine audit, it discovered that both directors have been residing outside Ghana for more than a year. The company now faces potential fines for non-compliance with Ghana's residency requirement under Section 170, Clause 1 of the Companies Act. What should the company do? A. Appoint a new director who is ordinary resident in Ghana. B. Relocate one of the current directors to Ghana to fulfill the residency requirements. C. Remove one foreign-based director and appoint a Ghana resident director to avoid penalties. D. Move the company's headquarters to a country where such residency requirements do not apply. C. And that is correct for 3 points to Prempeh College. St. John's School. A reputable firm appoints a director with an impressive international resume. However, it later emerges that the individual is an undischarged bankrupt, rendering them ineligible under Section 173, Clause 1 of the Companies Act. The company must immediately replace the director to comply with the law and avoid penalties. What should the company do? A. Remove the undischarged bankrupt director from the board. B. Transfer the director's responsibilities to another board member in the meantime. C. Allow the director to continue until the next shareholders meeting. D. Place the director in an advisory role outside the board to bypass regulations.
A.
And that is correct for 3 points to St. John's School. Next question to Wesley Girls. An executive director at a Ghanaian company is assigned to manage a newly acquired subsidiary with additional remuneration for his role. However, the shareholders question the legality of this dual position. What should the company do? A. Transfer the director's subsidiary role to a third-party contractor. B. Confirm that the company's constitution allows directors to hold additional roles in line with Section 183A of the Companies Act. C. Remove the director from the subsidiary position to focus on their primary duties. D. Restructure the subsidiary under different management entirely.
B.
B. And that is correct for 3 points for Wesley Girls High School. St. Louis Senior High. A director in a Ghanaian firm has been assigned to an international project for the next 6 months. To ensure continuous board representation, the board considers appointing an alternate director in the director's absence. What should the board do in this case? A. Assign the absent director's duties to the board chairperson. B. Appoint an alternate director in line with Section 188. To temporarily take over the director's role. C. Request the director to attend meetings remotely. D. Hire an independent consultant to act as a director during this period.
B.
And that is correct for 3 points. The last round of questions for this round. First question going to Prempeh College. ABC Limited's constitution specifies that all directors must hold at least 1,000 shares in the company. So we have had 5 rounds. Oh, okay. I'm told we have had 5 rounds of questions. And so that brings us to the end of round 2. Let's give that to our contestants for that wonderful performance. As we wait on the score master to give us the scores for round 2, let me take the impressions of our representatives. St. Louis, how has it been?
So far, so good.
So far, so good. So far, so good. So far, so good. Wesley Girls?
It has still been good by the grace of
It has still been good by the grace, and I hope the grace sees you through. St. John's School.
Okay. So far, it's cool.
So far, it's cool, and it has to be cool. Prempeh College.
It has been well.
It has been well, and indeed it is well. And at the end of round 2, Wesley Girls has 18 points. St. John's 22.5 points. St. Louis and Prempeh College, we have a tie at 23 points. Let's give it up to our contesting schools for that wonderful performance. We move straight into round 3, where we are going to have our presentations. You have 10 minutes to present the cases you have already worked on. If the slides are ready, let's welcome Prempeh College as they present their work. With a round of applause, let's welcome Prempeh College to present their work. You can join them on stage.
Benjamin Franklin pays the best interest. On the topic, building a college fund through smart investment. So looking at the overview of the presentation is about a case about a 17-year-old guy called Anani who received 15,000 Ghana cedis from his uncle to support his future university education. And looking at the main that we derived from the topic, actually, the main points are going to help us recommend a solution for him. His age, investment objective, investment horizon, level of risk, and working status show that Anane is someone who is not working, he's a student. Plus, his parents are not that wealthy. So it means that 15,000 Ghana cedis is his only dream of a college or university education. So looking at these factors, our recommended solution for him will be a balanced investment portfolio combining low risk and slightly riskier assets that are more diversified, regularly monitored and adjusted. So for the problem identification, after sitting down with Anane for hours, we carefully analyzed and got to know that he was facing two major problems. The first problem was that Anane had limited knowledge about investment options. And because of his limited knowledge, the problem became significant for us to solve because he having limited knowledge about investment, if he doesn't take care, he might miss his financial goal, that is raise enough funds to support his university education, or he might end up being scammed by people who envy him or people who would like to take his money. And he might also be led to make a poor investment decision. The other problem also has got to do with his family not having enough finances to help him. So when Anani spoke to us earlier, he made us aware that his family were not in the financial capacity to support him realize his goal of university education. So this problem is also significant because if we don't carefully handle it all, it means Anane would have to delay or abandon his university dream. And that's not what we want. For our market analysis, we considered Ghana's inflation analysis from the year 2020 to 2024. You could see 2020, it was very, very low. Then it skyrocketed to 38.11 in 2023. Now it's reducing a bit, meaning the space Anani decided to invest now isn't a bad option because things are beginning to gather together in the economy. And for our financial analysis, since Anani was interested in the compound interest phenomenon, we wanted to use this to help him know how to optimize the compound interest. So he had an initial investment of 15,000, and we are projecting a growth rate of 8%. So without compound interest, he will be earning an annual interest of 1,200. But when you talk about the compound interest has got to do with reinvesting the principal and any other interest you make on the investment. So if we are to reinvest that 1,200, that Anani made as his first year interest together with the 15,000, at the end of 3 years, we are looking at an interest of about 3,895 cedis, 68 pesos, and that's a lot of money. So in total, after 3 years, he's getting 895.68. So for our alternative solutions, we looked at 3 options. We first of all looked at short-term bonds. For the short-term bonds, they are bond mutual funds. When you say bond mutual funds, they are mutual funds that invest in bonds. They are bond mutual funds that are invested in diversified portfolio of bonds. For the advantages, we have low risk, diversification, and stable returns. For the cons, we have credit risk and manager risk. For the manager risk, it has got to do with the fund manager performing badly, which will affect the performance of the fund. And we also have fees and expenses. And we will have to pay a lot of fees and expenses on that. We also look at the certificate of deposit. When you talk about the certificate of deposit, they are financial instruments issued by banks and thrift institutions. And these investment options or investment vehicles carry a specified maturity. So it has a specified maturity and specified returns. Then Anani will be required to bring a specified amount. So that's a certificate of deposit. So for the certificate of deposit, we have fixed returns. The pros, fixed returns, no market volatility, low risk. For the cons, tax implication, he would have to pay a lot of tax. Then credit risk, inflexibility. For the balanced fund, we will talk about it later. So our recommended solution, we are choosing a balanced mutual fund for him. One who asks, what is a balanced mutual fund? A balanced mutual fund is an investment vehicle or investment that combines various classes of assets together so as to reduce risk and maximize returns. So for the constituents in the balanced portfolio or balanced mutual fund, we chose stocks, common stocks, bonds, and high-yielding savings account. We chose stocks because Anani made us aware that the 15,000 that his uncle has given him, he appreciates that it's enough money, but looking at the expenses, the cost of tuition and all those things, it won't be enough to cover for all his expenses. So we need an investment option that is going to help him get a lot of returns. So he can decide to go back to preferred or common stock. For the bonds, we chose it because of the safety. And the high yielding savings account, we chose it because it performs better than the traditional bonds. And we chose, for the structure, we chose a 60-30-10 structure for him. So 60 in bonds, 30 in stocks, and 10 in high yielding savings account. For the implementation plan, all he has to do is to, first of all, walk to a broker. Second one, open a brokerage account, allocate funds according to the recommended portfolio, and set up an automatic reinvestment of interest and dividend. And this is very important because Anani made us aware that he wants to optimize the compound interest. So it will be very important to tell the portfolio manager. For the risk management, before we talk about the risk management, you are going to look at the various risks he gets to face as a result of holding these securities. First of all, we have interest rate risk. Interest rate risk has got to do with bonds. When interest rates are high, the value of bonds fall. And when when interest rates are down, the value of bonds are high. For market volatility, it has got to do with stocks, the increase and decrease in the price of the securities. And we also have inflation risk. I won't like to talk about that. We have already talked about that. Sovereign risk. It has got to do with the government being able to pay the investor what he deserves. We have liquidity risk. There's a difficulty he gets as a result of converting his assets into cash equivalent without a significant loss in value. For the ways to mitigate the risk, we have diversification across different sectors. So for the stocks, you can diversify across different sectors. So you can invest in the financial sector, the food and beverage sector, and the rest. We have hedging and regular review and adjustment. So we can review and adjust his portfolio to see the ones performing, the ones not performing, and the ones to take out and bring inside. For the conclusion, our proposed balanced fund aligns with Kwesi's moderate risk and moderate returns and low risks. So through the regular monitoring and compounding returns, we believe Kwesi can ensure his fund grows in a stable and accessible manner in achieving his educational goals. So this strategic plan that we are giving to him can help Kwesi in funding his university education while minimizing risk and taking advantage of reinvestment growth and the compound interest. Thank you.
We have to Prempeh College for that beautiful performance. Next, St. John's School. St. John's School. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. St. John's School.
Hello?
Hello. Okay. So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so my name is Aaron Frankofi, and I am representing the team SJS, and today we are going to analyze a specific case which is very intriguing and very interesting. So, today we are going to look at a student, a 17-year-old student who wants to invest into his college fund but has a minimum startup capital. So with this, we are looking at his age limit, and in Ghana, as a 17-year-old boy, which he's not up to 18 years old, cannot directly go for an investment. So we have to take him through the procedure of investing with a guide of some professionals. Thank you. So we went further to look at certain problem identifications that was in the case. And when we looked at the case, we got to know that Kwesi Anane was facing financial basic educational needs using his initial capital. That's his initial capital was not enough to finance his college needs. Secondly, he had lack of knowledge about investment. So he was a first-time investor, and as a first-time investor, all what he needs to invest in is what we call the collective investment scheme. But as his age limits him, we are going to find someone to help him do that. Thirdly, he also had a high risk tolerance. And fourth, he was having challenges with liquidity problems. That's the future liquidity problems. And when we talk about the liquidity problem, the expected returns that he's going to earn, he was not actually sure about how and when that is going to happen. So after taking a critical look at our market and analyzing our market, we got to know that if he chooses to invest in the normal traditional savings and fixed deposit account, he's not going to yield much, and his initial capital is going to diminish over time. And that's what we got to know. But since the rate of the savings and fixed deposit accounts are usually below the inflation rate of about 22.10% and would reduce his purchasing power of buying, or let's say purchasing power of getting some things for his college education, that would not be advisable. So with the trend of the stock market, we got to know that in the year 2023, the stock market was actually performing very well. And as such, we wanted to advise him to go and look for his uncle to lead him to a brokerage firm where he can get a broker so that he can register in his uncle's name. So the age limit has to be considered. Next, we went on to look at the financial analysis aspect. And we got to know that Kwesi should invest across all asset classes and combine equity, fixed income, and mutual fund to increase returns whilst reducing volatility in long-term returns. And that's what we've got to know. So for his duration, or let's say his profile, according to his profile, he wants to invest for like 2 to 3 years. And that's what we are looking at. So firstly, we got to know about certain alternative solution to give him. So he could set up an dedicated educational savings account whilst he goes with his uncle to the brokerage firm to get a brokerage account, and an investment account in his uncle's name. Yes, and we gave specific banks such as the Data Bank Edify Mutual Fund. So from the picture, you can see that if Kwesi Anane is able to apply all these solutions, he will be able to graduate from his college or the university and even get some extra returns or extra money for his any future entrepreneurial desires or future entrepreneurial goals. So you can see him sitting in a chair with his mic. And one disadvantage to this is that it's going to prevent Kwesi from enjoying his luxury lifestyle and expensive lifestyle. That's in the form of betting, eating junk food and stuff, like unnecessary things. So he will be able to limit himself to that, and in the future that would even be a benefit to him. So let's move to the next slide. Recommended solution. So we recommend that Kwesi diversifies his investment after the creation of the accounts and everything. He's supposed to diversify, and we gave specific allocations to his diversification of the investment. So we gave 50% to equity shares, and we gave an example of companies that he can invest in on the stock market, because currently MTN and Camelot Ghana Limited are doing so well on the market. And we've even analyzed that Camelot Ghana has a potential of increasing its share price by 8.3%, meaning that if Kwesi Anane is able to invest in the equity shares, he's going to get some form of capital gain after redeeming back all his investment. He's going to get a capital gain of about 8.3%. We went on to give 15% allocation to municipal bonds, which are taxes are not applicable to municipal bonds, and we have to take note. 15% to treasury bills, 3-month rate of 4.3%, which is higher than the long-term average of 4.20%. Someone will say, why 3 months? But Kwesi wants to invest for like 2 to 3 years. Okay. So with the treasury bill, he can invest in a 3-month rate of 4.43. And after getting his returns back, he can decide to roll over so that he will be doing that consistently till the 3 years come. And with that, he's going to get what we call the compounding interest. So they will be calculating interest upon interest, interest upon interest. Then he's going to get, you understand? Yes. So another point was that the rest of the 20% was allocated to mutual fund, and we recommended Data Bank Limited for that. And after everything, we made an implementation plan, and I think my co-partner would do that for us. Thank you.
So from our IIP, which is the implementation plan, we know that for the first one, we have investment objective and choose investment options, which is suitable for Kwesi Anane. And for 2, we know of determine asset allocation and sets asset investment accounts, which will help him in the next future. And also monitor and adjust portfolios, which will help him to review. And we have the strategic risk management. For 1, we have assess the risks. He's able to know the volatility rate pertaining his investment. And then for 2, he has diversification to know the ranges of his investments, and then hedging diversification against possible losses, stop loss orders, and then regular portfolio reviews. Next slide. So from our last slide, we know that our clients, we've been able to propose a portfolio balance growth and risk, leveraging compound interest diversification. By following this plan, Kwesi can grow his educational fund and also preserve his initial capital. Thank you. Viam Parantis.
Well done, well done, well done, well done, St. John's School. Next, Wesley Girls High School. Wesley Girls High School. Let's welcome them with a round of applause.
A very good evening to you, ladies and gentlemen, panel of judges, and my fellow contestants. So, before I begin, I'd like to ask you a question, right? When you think of the name Kwesi, which people come to mind? So, there are some of us that think of Kwesi Appiah, right? The famous Ghanaian footballer. Some too think of Kwesi Boakye. He's an actor of Ghanaian descent. And there are those of us that think about Kwesi Atta, because everybody knows. Everybody knows Kwesi Atta, right? But today I'd like to tell you the story of another Kwesi. His name is Kwesi Anane. He's a 17-year-old secondary school student who has the dream of studying engineering at a prestigious university. But you see, Kwesi has a problem. Kwesi does not have the financial capability to support this dream of his. Thankfully, his uncle recently sent him a gift of 15,000 Ghana cedis. Kwesi wants to use this money to maximize returns, but he wants to minimize his risk. He has 4 recommended strategies that he's considering. The first is fixed deposit or a savings account. The second one is taking government bonds, using mutual funds or stocks. So by the end of this presentation, Kwesi will be aware of the recommended strategy that I, Kukwa Inshiraba Akwa Harrison, and my fellow investment analyst, Fatih Ahmed, recommend for him. There are 4 key problems identified in this case. The first is that Kwesi had limited financial resources. He has a dream, but he does not have the capability to support this dream of his. The second is that Kwesi has an investment knowledge gap. You see, he does not really understand into depth the essence in how to use these investment vehicles that he has at his disposal. The third is risk tolerance. Kwesi is risk averse. He has $15,000, but he doesn't want to lose it. And the final one is time horizon. Kwesi has 2 to 3 years to try to maximize this in the best possible way. I'll invite Fatih Ahmed to give us the market analysis for this case.
We conducted a market analysis and we evaluated some investment options and how they are going to be affected by some economic factors. We looked at government bonds, which have low risk and a steady fixed interest paid at the time of maturity. We also looked at a savings account, which is a safe method of keeping the money, but also has a minimum return. We also considered a mutual fund, which is a diversified portfolio, and it is managed by a professional, thereby reducing the risk. We also looked at stocks, which have a higher risk with higher returns. Now, how are these going to be affected by some economic factors such as inflation and interest rates? If inflation rate is higher, the amount going to be paid at the end of maturity for the bond is going to decrease. Also, if there is high inflation rates, the amount being saved in the account is going to lose its value by the time of withdrawal. Also, inflation rates and interest rate is going to affect the mutual funds by making it experience high volatility. We conducted a financial analysis and we realized that Kwesi has an initial capital of 15,000 Ghana cedis. We estimated that he's going to need about 25,000 Ghana cedis in order to further his education. Looking at the compound interest benefits, if Kwesi invests an amount of, let's say, 5,000 Ghana cedis at an annual growth rate of 5%, he's going to earn an interest on the 5,000 Ghana cedis. That 5,000 Ghana cedis can be reinvested for him to get, let's say, 5,250. That 5,250 can be reinvested at another growth interest rate, which will make Kwesi earn interest on the 5,250 Ghana cedis and not the 5,000 Ghana cedis. We have recommended some alternative solutions for Kwesi, which we have classified into low-risk investments, which includes a savings account, fixed deposit account, and a government bond. We also have a higher-risk investment for Kwesi, which includes stocks and mutual funds. Now, Kwesi is someone who would like to increase his initial capital, but would also like to somehow avoid the risk, which is not possible. So we recommended a moderate risk solution for Kwesi, which is a combination of the high risk investments and low risk investments. To help Kwesi build a college fund investment plan, we strategically proposed a balanced investment plan for Kwesi. We recommend that he uses 20% of the portion he has into a high yielding savings account. He should also use 14% of the money to purchase stocks. We also recommend that he uses 32% of the money towards a mutual fund and 34% of the money to purchase government bonds. Now, how is Kwesi going to implement this plan? We advise that he sets up a savings and investment account with a reputable bank known for its reliability and payment of the amount at the time of withdrawal. Kwesi should also allocate funds across the investment types, just as we have recommended for him. He should also set up an automatic investment to grow the initial capital of 15,000 that he has through compound interest. Kwesi should also monitor regularly the performance of his investments. This can be through a monthly review of the investments, whether he should withdraw from it or maintain it.
Okay, so we all know that in investments, you have to risk it to get the biscuit. So because of that, we suggest there are some risks that Kwesi is going to face. The first risk that I'd like to talk about is credit risk. This is the type of risk where the issuer of the investment vehicle fails or defaults on his payment at the end of the requested period. The next risk I'd like to talk about is the investment knowledge risk. Now, Kwesi does not have investment knowledge, so he's likely to be pulled by some con artists into a Ponzi scheme or engage in all sorts, as the youth are doing these days. And the next risk I'd like to talk about is the regulatory risk. This is a risk that is that comes about as a result of a change in the laws and the rules that govern the investment vehicles. A very good example is the Domestic Debt Exchange Program that was passed by the government in December 2022. Now, we can all attest to the fact that this law made a lot of people go on protest, particularly pensioners and even a former Chief Justice. Now, here are the risk managements that our recommended solution will allow Kwesi to undertake. The first is portfolio diversification. Now, according to our recommended solution, Kwesi is going to allocate his funds across various investment vehicles. This will allow him to be stronger in the sense that if one underperforms, he still has the others to count on. The next is regular monitoring. We suggest that Kwesi constantly makes check-ins on his accounts to make sure that everything is going on smoothly. The final one is economic considerations. Kwesi is supposed to stay informed on all economic factors that can affect his investment vehicles, such as inflation and interest rates, as Fatih mentioned earlier. So in conclusion, we suggest that Kwesi goes in for a balanced, diversified portfolio in order to fund his college needs, so that he can stay focused on his financial and educational goals. And who knows, maybe one day when I ask you the question again, you tell me that you are thinking of Kwesi Anani and not Kwesi Atta. Thank you.
Thank you too, and well done. Let's clap for Wesley Girls High School for that presentation. Next, St. Louis Senior High School. Let's welcome them with a round of applause.
Good evening, everybody. I'm from St. Louis Senior High School, and I'm here to present on a strategic investment plan for Kwesi Anani. I know we all have dreams, and we all know how devastating it is when our dreams do not come to pass. Kwesi Anani is a 17-year-old student who has a dream. His dream is to attend a prestigious university, but this dream might not come to pass because he cannot afford it. Until recently, his uncle gave him 15,000 Ghana cedis, and since Kwesi is smart and he knows the saying, you can only achieve your dream only when you invest in your dream, he decided to invest that capital into his dream. Kwesi knows that 15,000 Ghana cedis will not be enough to cater for his college years, so he decided to go into investment. He lacking investment knowledge, decided to seek the pay-setters advisory team for investment knowledge. It is therefore our objective to provide him with a balanced investment plan alongside educating Kwesi on investment bases like investment interest, compound interest, and reinvestment. And we therefore recommended a diverse portfolio including bonds, savings, and low-risk stocks with a guidance to regulate his monitoring and adjustment in as its graduation approaches. The problem identified here was that Kwesi lacks investment knowledge. This is no surprise because Kwesi is a new investor, and he's a new investor, and he also has a low risk tolerance. His investment plan must protect his principal while modestly growing the fund for future educational expenses. It is therefore our goal to help Kwesi build a reliable, accessible college fund, achieving his objectives with a balanced approach. In our market analysis, we were able to realize that interest rate, which is the percentage yield on financial securities such as bonds and shares, is increasing alongside inflation, which is the persistent and consistent increase in the general price level, is also increasing. As interest rate increases, in returns on bonds and savings account increases, and as inflation increases, prices of goods increases. This goes in the long run to not affect his returns. Also, factors affecting these are the low risk tolerance of Kwesi and his short time horizon of 2 to 3 years. Financial analysis. In our financial analysis, we're able to suggest 3 investment options, which were bonds, savings accounts, and low-risk stocks. Bonds show that it has a low risk and steady returns. This is able to preserve his capital. Savings account is also highly stable and low growth. One may ask, why savings account? Savings account because it is highly liquidatable, and this we all know that students need necessities such as books and pens and stationaries, and savings account will be there to cater for those needs. Low risk stock. This is potential for slight appreciation, but with a controlled exposure to volatility. This will go on to increase its returns in the long run. Compound interest, compound interest, compound interest. What is compound interest? Compound interest is an interest calculated on both principal and accrued interest over time. Simple interest, therefore, is an interest calculated on only the principal. From our graph above, we'll be able to determine that compound interest increases at an increasing rate. This is because the interest is calculated on both the principal and the accumulated interest. But simple interest only calculates interest on the principal. Therefore, it always lies below the compound interest. According to my analysis, I was able to give 2 alternative solutions, which is 1, conservative portfolio. It consists of a 70% bonds, 20% savings account, and 10% low risk stock. This is good because it provided a low risk and stable returns, but it provided a low growth potential. And the second one was a balanced portfolio. This also consists of a 50% bonds, 30% low risk stock, and 20% savings account. This will create a low growth with low risk, but a slightly higher exposure to stock market fluctuations. I therefore recommended a balanced portfolio because it offers a balance of securities and growth through bonds, low risk stocks, whilst maintaining liquidity with savings. This means that it will be able to preserve his capital through the bonds and grow his capital through the stocks and be able to maintain liquidity through the savings. Educational note here is that reinforce the benefit of reinvesting any returns, especially in stocks and bonds, to compound growth. This means that any returns gained from the stocks and the bonds should be reinvested to earn more in the long run. Implementation. How will I implement all these that I have said? In the first to 6th month, we should allocate majority of the bonds, which is 50%, and savings, which is 20%, for stability. This will then create a stability of the income, creating capital preservation. In the 6th and 18th month, we should gradually add to low risk stocks for growth. This will then increase the increase in the long run, increase the income in the long run. In the final year, shift back to bonds and savings. This will help to maintain stability. Adequate monitoring advice is to educate Kwesi on quarterly portfolio reviews and settling reminders to re-evaluate based on any market changes or personal needs. You cannot just invest your money into a business and sit back and enjoy. No, you have to constantly check up on it to be able to know whether it is doing well or not, to make some adjustments. Risk management. There are risks involved, which is 1, market volatility in stocks. The volatility rate is not constant, which will cause a risk. The second one is the interest rate changes. This will affect the bonds and the savings yield. How will one mitigate this risk, one may ask? 1, by emphasizing on diversification to reduce risks. Diversification, it goes with the saying, do not put all your eggs in one basket. One can do this to reduce risks and also encourage Kwesi to adjust his portfolio as he approaches his goal. You can't just, as I said earlier, you can't just invest your money into something and sit back and watch. No, you have to constantly check it up to be able to make the necessary adjustment to be able to minimize your risks and to increase your earnings. Monitoring tip here is that suggest using simple tracking tools or working with an advisor for regular portfolio checkups. In conclusion, The balanced portfolio provides a moderate growth potential for low risk, educating Kwesi on reinvestment for compound growth and monitoring his portfolio. The expected outcome is a stable, accessible college fund that will grow his investment over time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, St. Louis Senior High, for that presentation. Wait for the scores of the presentation from our judges. As we wait, I would want to spell out the rules for round 4. Like I said earlier on, round 4 will entail true or false responses. I'm going to read out some statements to you on investments, on the capital markets, on economics, and you are expected to respond true or false. If you get it correct, +2. If you take a gamble and get it wrong, -1. Feel free to decline. Where you think you want the question to pass, you can allow the question to pass, in which case it will be a bonus to the remaining 3 schools. If you get the bonus right, +2. If you get it wrong, -1. At the end of round 3, St. Louis Senior High had 13.5 out of 15. St. John's 13.7 out of 15. Prempeh College 13.7 out of 15. And Wesley Girls Senior High School 14.2 out of 15. Let's get up to our contestants for that wonderful performance. Without wasting my time, we zoom into round 4, starting with Prempeh College. You have 5 seconds to respond to the question. One advantage of collective investment schemes is that they come with fewer liquidity challenges.
True.
That is correct for 2 points to Prempeh College. Next question to St. John's. The spread of assets increases the risk on collective investment schemes.
False.
And that is correct for 2 points. Next, Wesley Girls. Money market securities are suitable for investors with conservative risk profiles.
True.
And that is also correct for 2 points. Next to St. Louis Senior High School. Under the laws of Ghana, collective investment schemes are either mutual funds or unit trusts.
True.
And that is correct for 2 points to St. Louis Senior High School. Next set of questions, starting with Prempeh College. A special resolution requires a simple majority of votes to be passed.
True.
I'm sorry, that is false. -1 to Prempeh College. Scoremaster Prempeh College -1. A special resolution requires at least 3/4 or 3/4 of the votes to be passed. Next question to St. John's. Members or shareholders can recover compensation from directors for misrepresentation only if it was fraudulent.
True.
I'm sorry, that is false. Members can recover compensation even if the misrepresentation was not fraudulent. Next to Wesley Girls Senior High School. A member or shareholder is entitled to appoint another person as a proxy, even if that person is not a shareholder of the company.
True.
And that is correct for 2 points to Wesley Girls High School. Next question to St. Louis. Members or shareholders are liable for a company's death if the company is winding up within 1 year of them ceasing to be members.
False.
I'm sorry, that is true. My next one to St. Louis Senior High School. Next set of questions, starting with Prempeh College. Inflation is only caused by an increase in aggregate demand in an economy.
False.
False, and that is correct. Inflation could be demand pull, in which case it's caused by aggregate demand. It could be cost push, in which case it comes from the supply side. Next question, going to St. John's. The Consumer Price Index, CPI, in Ghana has two main components, the food basket and the non-food basket.
True.
And that is correct for 2 points to St. John's School. Wesley Girls, cost push inflation occurs only when demand is highly elastic.
False.
And that is correct for 2 points to Wesley Girls High School. Next question to St. Louis. Deflation, which is the opposite of inflation, usually occurs during periods of economic growth.
True.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is not correct. Deflation usually occurs during periods of severe recession, when output growth rates are falling. Okay, next set of questions starting with Prempeh College. Cross elasticity of demand between two complementary goods is positive, as the demand for one rises when the price of the other falls.
False.
And that is correct. And that is correct. Cross elasticity of demand for complementary goods is negative, as the demand for one decreases if the price of the other increases, like that of a car and car tires. Okay. Next to Wesley St. John's, sorry. If the demand for a good is perfectly inelastic, then changes in price have no effects on the quantity demanded.
True.
And that is correct for 2 points. Next to Wesley Girls. A price elasticity of demand equal to minus 1.8 implies that the quantity demanded is relatively insensitive to changes in price.
False.
False. A price, that is correct for 2 points. A price elasticity of demand of minus 1.8, which is greater than 1, indicates that demand is elastic. Next to St. Louis. Income elasticity greater than 1 indicates that a good is a luxury, as demand increases more than proportionately with income.
True.
And that is correct for 2 points to St. Louis Senior High. The last round of questions in this particular round. First, going to Prempeh College. An offer made through advertisement, such as in the case of Carlisle versus Carbolic Smoke Ball Company, is always an invitation to treat, never an actual offer.
False.
And that is correct for 2 points to Prempeh College. Next, St. John's. A contract for a minor is binding only if the minor receives direct benefits that support his or her career development or are considered necessities.
True.
And that is correct for 2 points. Next, Wesley Girls High School. In the case of Domenyo versus Johnson Motors Limited, it was ruled that the newspaper advert was an invitation to treat, and the letter sent by D was considered the actual offer. That the letter sent by Domenyo was considered the actual offer.
True.
And that is correct for 2 points to Wesley Girls High School. The last question in this round going to St. Louis Senior High. When no time for acceptance is stipulated in an offer, it must be accepted within a time frame deemed reasonable based on the context of the offer.
True.
And that is correct for 2 points, bringing us to the end of round 4. How has it gone for you, St. Louis Senior High School? So far, so good. Wesley Girls High School.
It has been good by the grace.
It has been good by the grace. St. John's High School.
The battle is still the
The
Lord's.
battle indeed is still the Lord's. Prempeh College.
It is well with our soul.
Yes? Please come again.
It is well with our soul.
Indeed, it is well with our souls. Let's give it up to our contesting schools for that wonderful performance. I'm told the school wants to effect a change. Please, the one coming, let's have you coming. The one exiting, let's give them a round of applause. Well done, well done, well done. And welcome to our new contestants. Please quickly introduce yourself and tell us your expectation for the final round, the riddles.
Okay, so my name is Aaron Frankofi, and we are still preparing the way. Thank you.
Amen. And I'm sure you are here specifically for the riddles, right? You are here for the riddles. You are here for the riddles. Okay, it's going to be interesting. At the end of round 4, St. Louis 40.5 points. Let's give it up to St. Louis for that wonderful performance. Wesley Girls 42.2 points. St. John's 43.2 points. And Prempeh College 43.7 points. So between the first and the last, the difference is less than 2, right? So a lot to fight for in the riddles. Okay. Let's go. We have 4 riddles. If you get it right on the first clue, 5 points. Second clue, 4 points. Any other clue, 3 points. So 20 points up for grabbing. It can make a difference, right? The last could be first. And the first could be last. Okay, let's go. Are you ready? Let's hear your bell, St. Louis. Okay. Wesley Girls, let's hear your bell. St. John's, let's hear your bell. Prempeh College, let's hear your bell. Okay. I am an investment. First riddle. Let's go. I am an investment scheme on the capital markets. Yes, I see 4. St. Louis.
Collective investment scheme.
I'm sorry, that is not correct. So I'll continue for the benefit of the other schools. My prices are determined by demand and supply. I see 3 Wesley Girls High School.
Shares.
And that is correct for 4 points. Shares. 4 points. Second clue, 4 points. Score master, please take note. 3 more riddles to go. I refer to a form of Our technical staff, please help us to tone down on that noise. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, let's go. I am an international organization that was founded in 1961 to promote economic growth and stability. IC1, Prempeh College.
Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development.
And that is very correct for 5 points. 5 points. Score master, first clue, 5 points. First clue, 5 points. 2 more riddles to go. I am a monetary policy tool. IC4. IC4. Time up. I'm sorry. Once you ring the bell, the assumption is that you are ready. Even if your answer is wrong, at least give it, right? Okay, so St. Louis, you are out. I'll continue for the benefit of the 3 remaining schools. I am the rate at which a central bank, IC1.
Bank rates.
Bank rates of the prime rate. Second clue, 4 points. To Prempeh College. Second clue, 4 points. To Prempeh College. Last riddle. Are you ready? Let's roll. Last riddle. Last riddle. I am oh, somebody rang. I am a secure payment technology standard developed for credit and debit cards, featuring embedded microchips to protect data. Hey, IC1. Is that correct? IC1. Audience, we all saw one, right? Okay, Prempeh College.
Code.
What?
Code.
I'm sorry, that is not correct. So, Prempeh is out. IC3.
EMV technology.
EMV technology. EMV technology. That is very correct. First clue, 5 points. First clue, 5 points. Scoremaster, please take notes. And that brings us to the end of our last quarter final contest involving St. Louis Senior High School, Wesley Girls, St. John's, and Prempeh College. Your impressions, Prempeh College, how has it gone so far? Yes?
It's been well.
It's been good. Okay, St. John's, please, how has it gone so far?
Okay, so
it is well.
It is well, but as I said, we are still preparing the way, and next year we are coming with a great force.
It is possible. It is possible. It is possible. Wesley Girls High School, how has it gone for you so far?
It has still been good by the grace of God.
It has still been good indeed by the grace of God. St. Louis Senior High School, how has it gone so far?
It has been good. It has been good.
It has been good. It has indeed been good. We have the final scores. And at the end of the contest, St. Louis Senior High School had 40.5 points. Let's give it up to them for that wonderful performance. St. John's Senior High School, 43.2 points. Let's give it up to them for that performance. Wesley Girls, 51.2 points. And Prempeh College, 52.7 points. Let's give it up to Prempeh College for that wonderful performance. So, per this result, Prempeh College and Wesley Girls High School have qualified to the semi-finals of the 2024 National Investment Quiz. Unfortunately, this is how far St. Louis and St. John's have come with us. St. Louis, what went wrong for you today?
We've learned from our mistakes and then we'll come back stronger.
Okay, it will be better next year. St. John's, what went wrong?
I think we were not fast enough, and next time we are going to be more faster.
I was not fast enough.
We
okay,
were not fast enough.
okay. Prempeh College, what went right for you today?
All good things around us are sent from heaven above.
All good things come from heaven above. Wesley Girls, what went right for you today?
Because God was by our side.
Okay, with a round of applause, let's clap for them as they go off stage. Young investor team, please, let's have the presentation to Prempeh College for winning this contest. Prempeh College teachers and students, please come up stage to join your colleagues for the presentation.
Bad Nova, Ala Madrid.